Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. This is a quick demo of blood bank management system in C#. Okay, so before starting, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. So let's begin with that. Here you can see this is a login form, and here we have to enter the username and password. So my username is btechdays and my password is pass. Here you can see this is a show and hide button. So if I click on this will show what I have written over here, and when I click on this, it will hide the password. So here you can see this a small checkbox that is accept terms and condition. If I don't check this checkbox, then we cannot log in. When I check this checkbox, then this button gets enabled. So here you can see this, when I click on this will move to dashboard. Here you can see this. These are the modules which I am providing, and here you can see this is a time. This is a clock actually. Okay, so the current time is running. Okay, so here you can see this. First we have donor. So here you can see this. It contains three modules, that is add new, update details, and all donor details. So I'm going to add new. So when I click on this, a new form is on your display. Okay, here you can see this. We have to enter few details of the donor, and this is the ID which is being fetched from the database. Okay, so when you enter the detail of the user, then this ID will be assigned to that user. So suppose I am going to add a new record, that is Arti, something like this, and father name is Rakesh and mother name is something Neetu, and let me select the date of birth of this girl to July 1989 and like this. So mobile number will be something like this, and let me select the gender female and email @gmail.com. blood group E positive. Actually she is a new donor who is going to donate the blood, and she is from New Delhi. Okay, so New Delhi, India, and I'm going to save. When I click on this, data process successful. Okay, so here you can see this data is saved in the database, and I'm going to reset this so that all the details will be clear. So I'm going to close this form. After this data is saved into the database. Now I'm going to click on this. Here you can see this. Previously the ID was 3, but now it's 4. So 3 is assigned to that girl, that is Aarti. So I'm going to update the detail of Aarti. Suppose she has written wrong address. So 3 is the ID of that girl. So when I search, okay, so I have made some mistake, I guess. So let me check that quickly. Actually this detail is actually running in the back, so I have to actually change the small stuff over here, so I will do that. Don't worry about that. Here you can see this, and all donor details. The ID of Aarti is actually 4, so I can update the ID of Aarti by writing over here 4. When I search this, here you can see this, all the details are visible. If I try to enter some wrong user ID, then it will definitely say invalid ID. Here you can see this. Okay, so I'm going to enter, and when I click on this reset, all the data will be clear. So I'm going to update the detail of Aarti. So let me just change its blood group. Okay, so here you can see this A positive is his blood group. So I'm going to change this to O negative and save. Data process successfully and OK, and click on reset and close this. Now I'm going to check this if the data is updated or not. Here you can see this. Now blood group is O positive. Here it's visible. Okay, so I hope you understand this. After that I'm going to search blood donor. So search by location. Suppose you have n number of records. Okay, so you have actually thousands of donors. So if you want to search by location, suppose in New Delhi area you are going to search. So if you enter New Delhi, then it will search on the basis of that. Okay, here you can see this, the basis of New Delhi. Here you can see this on the basis of New Delhi. And if I replace this and if I enter India, so actually India is not in the address, it's actually in the sub part. So I have to enter New Delhi, India. So here in this address mode, I have set both condition. Either you can search by city or you can search by address. If I enter Patna, then it will search this. Here you can see this. If I enter Patna, Bihar, then still it will visible. Okay, so here you can see this. If I enter Patna, Bihar, it's still visible. Okay, so I'm going to show this difference clearly. Here you can see this. In this city is London and in address US. So I'm going to write London first. Here you can see this. London is visible. It clearly means that for now this is searching by city. I'm going to change this to US. Still here you can see this. We found some record because we are now searching on the basis of this column. Okay. So I hope you understand this. After that, I'm going to search by blood group. Suppose you have thousands of records and you want a specific donor like O positive blood groups or O negative. So O negative is Aarti. So currently we have added that. Here you can see this. And if you want any other, so when I make this text box empty, so everything is removed. A positive, if I enter A positive, then this person Kumar is actually A positive. Okay, so till here the task is done. So close this, and I actually skipped one small stuff, that is when you enter something. Let me just, here you can see this. When you open this all donor detail, and when you click on this print, here you can see there's a small button that is print. So if you want to work with this print button, then you have to make a Microsoft account. So that's not a big issue. Everyone knows how to make an account. So I'm going to click on this. When I click on this, here you can see this print page 1 document. Okay. So it's opening a Microsoft account. So I have actually already logged in into this. So it will directly show me the print page. Okay. So here you can see asking for which page you want to print. Okay. So this one, and hit OK. So here you can see this. This is the same view. Okay, so it's loading a little bit. Here you can see this. It's actually the same view which right now visible over here. So okay, so let me just close this. And now we can observe that the data is being printed. Okay, so not to worry about that. So here you can see this print is working. I'm going to show you each of the stuff step by step, not to worry. Our task till here is done. So I'm going to click on this stock. Here you can see this. We have 3 options, that is increase, decrease or detail. So here when you click on this, here you can see this. Suppose 5 user has come to our donation center, blood donation bank center, and here suppose donor A has donated 2 units of blood. So I'm going to increase this to A plus. Here you can observe that it's 101 and I'm going to increase it by 2. So now the value needs to be 103. So increase and okay, here you can see this, the value is now 103. In the same way, if O negative is also increased to 10, okay, sorry, by 2. So here you can see this 102. I'm going to increase it by 8 more or 9 more so that it becomes 111. So increase, here you can see this O negative is 111. So I'm going to show you each of this stuff, how to code on this. And here we have decrease. So here you can see this O negative is 111, and I'm suppose we have allotted some blood urine to some person in need. So I'm going to decrease. Suppose someone need O negative blood group and I want to donate him to. Okay, so I'm going to decrease, and here you can see this O negative is now 109. So here you can see this stuff is working fine, and I'm going to check all the stocks or detail. Here you can see this, all the stock. In the same way you can print this stock detail. Okay, so let me just close this. After this, finally we have this donor detail. So delete donor, and here we have added Aarti whose ID is 4, and search. Here you can see this. We can actually delete this donor. So when I click on this delete, are you sure you want to delete? So if you click on OK, this will delete the record, and if you cancel, nothing will happen, and reset will definitely clear the fields. Okay, so let me close this stuff, and here we have logout button. So when I click on this logout, this will move back to the login screen. So let me just click on this. Here you can see this, we are on the login screen. So let me just start this by typing the user ID and password. Okay, and finally we have one close button. So when I click on this, this will close the application. So I'm going to click on this. Okay, so don't worry about that. I'm going to teach you each of these small stuff. So just stay tuned and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. This is the first video of blood bank management system, and in this video I am going to show you how to design this login form. So here you can see this. We have this login form, and when I enter a valid username and password, this will let me move to our dashboard. So here you can see this. I can enter password, and here you can see this hide and show button. Without clicking on this checkbox, we cannot click on this login button. Okay, so here you can see this. When I check this checkbox, I can now click, and here you can see this. All the validation will be done. Okay, so I'm going to show you each of the stuff how to design this. So let's start with that. Okay, so let me close this form. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new project. Okay, new project, and I'm going to name it blood bank video, and click on OK. So this will take a little bit of time. After that, my project will be created. Okay, so it's taking time. Here you can see this. Now our form is created. Okay, so let me just change the name of this to login. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to make this form large. Okay, after that what I need to do is first thing I want to set the image in the background. So just go to properties, and after that search for image, background image in the properties. Here you can see this background image. Just click on this, local resource import. Okay, and here we have this image, and click on OK. Okay, and we have to change this property, that is background image layout, from tile to stretch. Okay, after that what we have to do is we have to set that when this form open, it needs to be open in the maximized form. So how to do that? For that, just go down, and here you can see this Windows state. If I now open this, it will open in the same size of this form which I have set over here. You can see this. Now it's started and it's of the same size. So let me just close this, and let me just change this Windows state to maximized, and now try to open this. Here you can see this. Now it's on the full screen. Okay, so now I'm going to add one panel. Here you can observe we have a panel over here, so I'm going to add one panel. So let me just drag and drop the panel. Here I have dragged and dropped the panel. Let me copy the size of this panel from this form. So just click on this form and copy the size. So my panel size is 478, 560. Just copy this size and just go to properties of this panel. You're going to find the size and paste it over here and hit enter. So now the panel size is set. Okay, so now try to open it. Okay, so it's actually overlapping over this one. So let me just move this panel a little bit left side, and I want that this panel frame needs to be hidden. So in later I'm going to remove that. So let me just move this a little bit left, and now try to start this. Okay, so now it's on the right position. Now we have to add the stuff overhead, and let me just change this color size, panel color size, background color to actually silver, this one. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After that, let me see small stuff. Here we have this picture box, so I'm going to add a picture box. Don't worry, I'm going to provide you all images and icons and all the GIF I'm using in this project. Just go to description and check out the link over there. Okay, so I'm going to add a picture box. Drag and drop the picture box. Add the image in this picture box. Click on import, and this image I have used, actually this is a GIF. So let me stretch image, and after that I will make this image large as per my requirement, like this. After that what we have is we have one label, one text box another label, another text box, and this is a link, and this is a checkbox, and this is a button. So I'm going to use these stuff. Here you can see this. After this, I need one label. Drag and drop label over here. Change the name of this label to username. Change the size. Okay, later I will change the size. First, let me just add all this stuff. So text box. Let me just drag and drop the text box. After this, I have to add one more label. Just drag and drop it over here. We just add one text. We just copy and paste it. After this, what we have is we have one checkbox. So just need one checkbox. Just drag and drop it over here. Okay. So now here you observe one small stuff that my button is little bit different than the usual button in this C#. So I have actually added one property, one DLL file into my project, and after that I have added this button. So let me just show you how to add that. You have to just go to your toolbox. Let me just remove this. After this, what you have to do is, let me just minimize these all stuff. Here you can see this. You will observe a Xander UI. You have to just create actually click on this, right click on this general. After that you have to click add tab, and here you can write any name. So I'm giving this Xander UI 2. Hit enter. After that you have to just right click on this, choose item, and after this you have to, it will take a little bit of time, so don't worry, I'm going to provide you that DLL file in the description of this video. Just go and download it over there. So it's taking a little bit of time, not to worry. Here you can see this, now it's loaded. After that you have to click on this browse and just go to the component where you have downloaded that software and you have stored that software. Okay, so just go to downloads, and here we have this Xander UI master. Okay, sorry, not in this one, actually in this one. So you have to select this. A file with the extension DLL will be provided when you download that from the description. You have to just click on this and click on open. When you click on open, and you have to click on OK. Loading this selected files, and when you click on OK, this will be added in the Xander UI 2. So I'm not going to add that because I have already added. Here you can see this Xander UI over here. This is UI 2. That's why I'm not going to add that. Okay, so now we have added into this. When I click on this OK, this Xander UI 2 will be loaded with the component. So I'm going to reset, and I'm going to cancel this. Okay, so you can see this. When I click on reset, my Xander UI has been removed. Let me add that quickly. Now here you can see this, I have added this. You have all this stuff. So I'm going to search button. So when you write button, here you will see XUI button. So just drag and drop it over here. Here you can see this. It's looking quite different. So just click on this, go to properties, and you have to find for the button style. Here you can see this material style. You have to just change this to Mac OS. Now it's looking nice. Just minimize this little bit. After that, you have to change the button text to login and hit enter. Okay. After this, what you have to change is you have to change. Let me search the circle actually. Okay. Actually, in that project, I have used this button style to invert. Okay, so here you can see this is now looking nice and it's of the same size and in the same shape. After this, we have to change these labels as well. So let me just change this one to password, and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of these labels. So first, just select all these two labels, and after that what we have to do is we have to increase the font size of these. So I'm going to increase the font size. to 12. Okay, after this you have to change one more stuff, that is auto size to false, so that we can increase and decrease the size of these labels. After this, here you can see this, we have labels over here, we have the icons over here. So I'm going to add that icon into these labels. So click on this and search for image. Here you will find this. Just click on this local resources import and just move back where you have stored the image. So I have stored image in icons and BMS. Okay, sorry. So I have images over here. So this one, just open this and open. You can see this image is in the center. So we have to change the image line. Just click on this. Not to worry about this if it happens. Just click on this once again, and here you will find this left side center. Just click on that. Here you can see this, the image is on the left side. So you have to maximize this, and after that you have to change. Here you can see this, still the username is written over this label. So we have to change the text alignment to right side. So search for text align. Here you can find this. Just click on this right center. Click on this. Now you will observe that now it's on the right position. In the same way you have to do for the password. First thing, you have to set the image. So search for image, just click on this local resources import, and after that for password I have used this one, so just click OK, and after that change this image center to left side and change the text align to the right side, right center. Okay, so now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to increase the size of this text box and change the font size of these text box too. So just select both of the text box and change the font here to 10 and hit OK. So now it's looking nice. We missed one small stuff, that is, here you can see this show and hide password. So that's for that I have used a link label. Just drag and drop it over here and change this name to show. Okay, so change the text to show and hit OK and place it over here. So now it's looking nice. So make it of same size. Let me just drag this a little bit lower. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Okay, so let me change this properties text of this checkbox to accept terms slash condition and hit enter. After this, let me just increase the font size of this text box. So font, change this font size to 10. Okay, and a little bit oblique for it look nice. Okay, after this, in this complete project you will find small stuff, that is accept our terms and condition. In this way it's actually written inside the label, so you have to write it. So let me just drag one label and just drag and drop it over here and change the text accept our terms and condition to login and hit enter. And we have to increase the font size of this, so let me just increase this size to 10. And after that what we have to do is, let me just increase this form bit so that I can place that on the lower side of this form. Okay, after this let me just copy this once again and paste it, and just change the text of second label to accept our terms and condition, sorry, read terms slash condition and hit enter. Let me just put it in the center, and let me just place this stuff in the downside. Okay, let me just start this and see how it's looking right now. Okay, so it's looking nice, but not that much. Okay, so let me change few stuff here. You can observe this. These all stuff are a little bit on the left side, so we have to increase the size of this text box so that it look nice. So let me just close this and make this text boxes large a little bit. Okay, and move these all stuff a little bit left side. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color of these text boxes. Let me set the background color of these text boxes to red so that it look nice. So change the back color and just custom and this one. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that user cannot user can, when user click on the show and when user click on this button, so the password needs to be visible and invisible. So how to do that? For that, just double click on this to generate a click event of this. Before that, we have to change this label design name, so that is btn show hide and show. And when you double click on this will generate a click event of this link label. Here you can see this. After this, what we have to check is if btn hide show dot text is equals show, then what we want to do is we want to set btn. First thing, we want to change the text. So first thing, we want to change the text from show to hide of that button, and after that we have to do change the text box or text box password char. So first thing, let me just set the name of these text box. This is text box 2, so let me just change this one to txt password and this one to txt username. In the same way, change for this one checkbox 1, that's it, and this one to btn login. Hit OK. Let me just move back over here. So txt password dot password char equals, and you have to pass star. So this will set this one too. Okay, so we don't actually, when the form load, this will set start, but what we want is we want to show that. So for that, you have to enter this /0. In the else condition, what we do is we have to set btn hide show dot text equals show and txt password dot password char equals star. Okay, so now when I start this, here you can see this. When I write something, it's in the plain text. Why? Here you can see this. When I click on this button, now it's working, but initially it's on the plain text. Why this is happening? Because we haven't set the password char initially. So let me set that. For that, just go to your form and click on this password char, text box, and search for password char and select star and hit enter. So now when I start, it will be in the form of star. Okay, so let me actually increase the size of this text box because it's not looking that much nice. Change this one to 12 and hit OK. So now it's looking nice. Okay, so now here you can see this. For this show and hide button, our work is done. Now what I want to do is we want to actually move to another form. When I click on this login button, before that, what we have to do is I want to work that if this text checkbox is not checked, then this login button needs to be disabled. So for now, when I start this project, and here you can see this, it's still we can click on this. and it's not checked. So I have to check this first, and after that I can click on this. Okay, so for that we have to generate a checkbox check event. So just go to event, click on this and go to properties, and there you will find checked changed, and you have to just double click on this and it will generate an event. Here you can see this, and we have to check if checkbox dot checked is equal true. Then what we have to do is we have to enable the button. So ptn login, that is the button, dot enabled equals true. We have to do this. If checkbox is checked, then we have to enable the button, and in else condition what we have to do is we have to disable the text box. Sorry, we have to disable the button. So btn login dot enabled equals false, and at the load event initially what I need to do is we need to disable this button. So just double click on this form, this will load, generate a form load event, and in the form load I want to disable the button. So login dot enabled equals false, and just to start this, here you can see this. Now I can't able to click on this login button. When I check this checkbox, now I can click over here. Now when I uncheck this, I cannot click on this. So now it's working fine. So now we have rest with this login button and few design over here. So first I design a little bit. I'm going to add this rectangular shaper, and after that I'm going to code for that login button. So search for rectangular shaper, just drag and drop it over here, and just shape like this. Like this. After that, just copy this rectangular shaper and paste it one again, and move this little bit downside. Okay, so it's a little bit meshed up. So let me just move these all stuff little bit downside. Okay. After this, let me just place this stuff here. Okay. So you can see this, now it's looking nice, and we missed one rectangular shaper over here. So let me just copy this stuff and paste it once again. And what we have to do is we have to make it large as of this form, this panel. Okay, like this. And we have to change few properties of this external rectangular shaper. So we have to change this border color to red, custom to red, and change this width size to, here you can see this border width to 4, and hit enter. And let me attach this with this red line. Okay, so it's quite red, so let me change this one to maroon, little bit darker, say fade. Okay, and let me just start this. Okay, so here you can see this, it's looking nice, but we missed it here. This box is a little bit lower side, so we have to move this one a little bit up. Okay, so not an issue. Let me just do that. So we have to select these two labels and just move this little side little bit upside, and after that just click on this rectangular shaper and move this stuff a little bit upside like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So our designing part at end here, and we have to just code for this login button. Just double click on this to generate a click event. And what I want to do is I want to load to another form when I click on this button. So for that, first I'm going to add a new form that will be the dashboard for our project. Okay, so let me just add and click on this new form Okay, sorry. Just add and click on new form, Windows form, and after that we have to add that dashboard and hit enter. So now new form will be added. What I want is when user click on login, after the validation we move to the dashboard. So just go to this button, click even. After that, check that if txt username dot text is equal to vtech days and txt password dot text is equals to pass, then we have to move to the dashboard. So for that dashboard we have to create the object of dashboard. So db equals new dashboard and db dot show when user enter valid username and password. In the else condition, what we have to do is we have to actually show if user enters something else, right, wrong user ID and password, then we have to show the message box. So message box dot show, and in this we have to show enter valid username and username or password, and this message box needs to be named error. After that, this needs to be have some button. So message box button, I need only one button for that, OK button, and message box icon needs to be error. And just start this program once again. Here you can see this. Now everything is done till here. So I'm going to enter like something wrong. Okay, here you can see this. When I try to click on this, nothing happens. Then I check this condition and click enter valid username and password. Now I'm going to enter btech days and going to enter this pass. Here you can see this, I have entered pass, and when I click on login, new form is open. Here you can see this. Now what I want is when I click on that, new form needs to be open and this form needs to be closed. Okay, so for that we have to code like this: open show and this dot hide. So this will open the new form and hide that. Okay, now we are still left with one stuff, that is we have to hide this form style. So we have to change properties, one property, that is nothing but just go to properties on this, and you have to change the border style, border form border style sizeable to none, and you will observe that we don't have that button. So in the case if we don't have the border, so close button is also removed, so we have to add one close button manually. So for that, just go and search for button. So I'm going to use this xui button. Okay, I'm going to actually add xui super button and change this text box text to something. Okay, so let me remove this. I'm going to use the button, and after that let me just change the properties of this to something close. So close is actually capital X, I'm going to place over there. Let me just change the text of this first. So search for text. Here you can see this button text is, let me just change this one to capital X and hit enter. After that, change this material round to material eclipse and just make this small like this. And after that, what we have to do is, let me just change the properties of this bt and exit, hit enter, and let me move it right here. After this, you have to do a small change with this. Just click on this, change on the anchor properties, and just click change this one to this one. It's top right. Now when I start this, So this will be on the top right here, you can see this, but when I click on this nothing happens. So what I want is when I click on this, this will close this form. So how to do that? Let me just close this manually, and after that you have to just generate a click event. Just double click on this and you have to write application dot exit. You have to use this method, and if you want to change the properties, few properties of this, so you can easily change over here. Here you can see this hover background color needs to be like I'm going to change this one to red, and after that I'm going to make the font of this little bit bold. Okay, so let me change that. Let me make this 16 bold and hit OK. Now it's looking nice, and text color needs to be circle back color. It's like this. So let me just change this one to black. Okay, let me just move back a little bit and change few properties so that it look nice. Text color is over here, so I'm going to set this one black, and now just start this. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. When I move mouse over here, the background color changed to red, and when I click on this, this will close the application. Okay, so we are still left with one stuff, that is, here you can see this, that when I write something, it's in the left side. So I'm going to change this one to center. I'm going to change the text alignment to center for these text boxes so that it look nice. Just select both of the star, and after that change this text align over here to center. When I start this, and here you can see this, when I write something, it's in the center. So that's looking much better than before. So that's it for the today's video, guys. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Just stay tuned for more videos, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this login form. Here you can see this, all this design and all these stuff I have already shown you in the previous video. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for the previous video, or you can just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. So let me log in, and after that I will show you what I'm going to teach you today. So today I'm going to show you how to design this dashboard. Here you can see this, we have these stuff. So donor, in donor we have add new, update detail, all donor detail. Each of these stuff today I'm going to show you how to design these stuff. Okay, so let me just move back to our project on which we are working, that is blood bank video. So here I am, and here you can see this, we are done till here. Here you can see this, we take days and password is pass. Let me just show you. Here you can see this. When I click on this, we are on the dashboard, but it's not as we expected. Okay, so let me just start designing on this. So dashboard, here we have this. Let me just make it large enough. Okay, so first of all, we have to stop this project, and after that, let me just maximize this. Okay, so first thing, we need a background. Okay, so let me just add a background with that. So just go for background image and select. Go to local resources, click on import. I have already provided each of the images and icon I'm using in this project into the description. I have put the link in the description. Okay, so I'm going to use this image, home image, and click on open and OK, and we have to set the background image as stretch. Okay, after that what we have to do is we have to actually set this Windows state, it's normal. If we change this one to maximize, then the form when it will open, it will be in the maximized form, otherwise it will be in the small form. So let me just start this and let me show you, because it's taking a little bit of time. Here you can see this. Okay, so we are on the login page, and when I enter this password and when I log in, here you can see this now on the dashboard. So now it's looking nice. So first thing what I want is I want to remove this border. Here you can see this, I don't need this stuff. I need our design close button, and after that I need that menu strip, so I'm going to add that. Let me just close this, and let me just change this startup page. So just for that, just go to program.cs, just double click on that. Here you can see this form 1. So change this name to dashboard. So when I click on start now, our dashboard will be directly open. We don't have to go each time through the login page. Okay, so now it's good. So in dashboard, first thing what I need is I want to remove this border, that is border style, border frame. Okay, so let me search for that. Just click on this and go to properties, and in properties you have to search for form border style. Just change this to none, because it is now the border has been removed. So if you start this now, then we cannot close it directly from this form. We have to manually come to our Visual Studio, and after that we have to stop that. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button. So I'm going to copy that button from form 1, that is the login form. So I'm going to copy this button and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and I'm going to change this anchor property of this button. So just click on this and go to anchor property, and it's already actually copied, that is top right. And after that what we have to do is we have to code on this. Let's double click on this and we have to type application dot exit. We have to use this to close the application. Now just start this once again and see what happened. So now you can see this, we have this close button. When I click on this, the Apple project is closed. Okay, so now I'm going to design first thing, that is menu strip. I'm going to add that menu strip. Here you will find this. Just drag and drop it over here. Okay, so here you can see this. Now it's added over here. So now first thing what we have is, let me just move back to our complete project. Here we have the first thing is donor, and within that we have 3 form. Okay, so I'm going to add these stuff. So first thing is donor, after that search blood donor, stop, delete donor, and logout. I'm going to add these stuff first. So first thing is nothing but donor. So donor. The second one is search blood donor. Third is stock. Fourth one is delete donor, and finally we have logout. Okay, so now it's not looking nice. We have to add icons into this. For that, just click on this, and after that you have to search for image over here in the properties of this. Here I have find it, that image. Just click on this small 3 dots and click on local resources. As I have told you, I have provided the link for each of the images in the description. Just go and download it. Click on import, and I'm going to use which icon? I'm going to use this one, donor plus. Okay, so click on OK. Here you can see this, the image is quite small. So here you have to change one property, that is image scaling from size to fit to none. So now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to do for the second one. Search for image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and after that we have to use this. We are searching, so for that we have to use the search user. Just click on this and OK. In the same way we have the change the scaling property. Stock, we have to change the stock. Image, click on this, local resources, import, and after that we have to do the same way. This one is stock and open, and click on OK. Change the size to fit to none, and the same way we have to do for the delete. This one is delete donor, click on OK. Change this one to none. And after that, in the same way, change this logo icon also. Local resources, click on import. Here we have this, open and OK. Size to fit to none. So now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. But we observe one small difference, that the color of this is not same as we expecting. So this color is nothing but red. So just go to properties and you can see the color combination of this one. So here let me show you this one. We have selected Actually, let me just copy the color code, or we can manually check this. This is not the color. This one, the first one is the color. Okay, so here you can see this. So I'm going to change the color of this menu strip. So just go to properties and change the color. So back color, search for back color. Here you can see this back color. Click on this custom and select the first one. So now I'm going to start this and look how it's looking. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. But in our complete project, I have already shown you when I click on this donor, we have three forms, that is add new, update details, and add donor details, all donor details. So I'm going to add those stuff. So let me first close this. After that, what we have to do is we have to click on this and start typing over here. So let me just see once again that what is the name, add new, update details, and all donor details. So I'm going to add that. Here you can see this. Add new donor. The second one is update details, and third one is nothing but all donor details. Okay, now I'm going to add icons to these stuff and the same way. So just click on this first one. The properties of that will be opened over here, and you have to do the same way. Search for image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and it will open your local directory. In this, you will find this logo, add new, and click on open and OK. So it's quite small, so change the image scaling to none, so it will be a little bit larger than before. So in the same way, update details, so click on images and local resources, click on import, and you have to find this image. Here you can see this. Okay, update details, and click on OK, OK, and change the size to fit to none, all donor detail. In the same way, search for image, click on this dot, local resources, click on import, and all donor detail. Let me search where it is. This is the details, and open, click OK. Change this one image scaling to none. So now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. Now start this and check that if it is working or not. So here you can see the project has been started, and when I click on this, here you can see this, we have this stuff over here. So I'm going to close this. Okay, so we are going to add in the same way for the search blood donor. So in this we have to add two stuff. Let me just check what these stuff are. So I'm going to click on this location and by blood group. Okay, search by location. So location, and this one is by blood group. Hit enter. In the same way, we have to set the icons for these. So just go to images, click on base, local resources, by location. So I'm going to use address. No, this one, location over here. Just click on OK. Change this one to none. And in the same way, do for the same for the blood group. So just click on this image, local resources, click on import, and we have to search for blood. So here we have blood. I'm going to use this logo, not to worry about that. Change this size to fit to none. So now task till here is done. Here you can see this. Now we have to change for this stock. So in stock we have actually three properties. Let me just check that out. Just go over here, and when I click on this, here you can see this increase, decrease, and details. So let me move back over here, and in this stock what we have is increase, decrease, and details. So first is increase, second one is decrease, and third one is nothing but details. So we have to set the image for these two, image, local resources, and for increase here we have, click on OK, change this property to none, do same for details, do for same for decrease, image, local resources, click on import, Here we have the decrease logo, open, okay, change this one to none. Details, we have to add the image, click on import. So we have this detail over here, click OK, change this size to fit to none. So now for the stock we have done. In the delete donor we have only one, that is nothing but delete itself, delete donor. So I'm going to add that. So click on this and we have to add delete donor in this. So DELE delete donor and hit enter. Click on this and just in the same way we have to add image over here. So local resources, and for delete we have to add this one, okay, and you have to change the image scaling to none. So now it's looking nice. And finally we have the logout. So now I'm going to start this. In logout we don't have to add any stuff. So you can see this, when I click on these we have three details here. We have two in stock, we have these two, delete, and we have this logout. So what I want is when I click on this logout, this will let me move back to our dashboard or login page actually. So how to do that? For that, just close this, and to generate a click event of this logout, so just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And what I want is I want to move back to the login form. So login form name is actually form1. So I'm going to make an object of that. So form1 fm equals new form1, and what we have to do is we have to call fm dot open okay. So it's form1, and what we have to do is fm dot show actually, and after showing, what I want is dashboard needs to be closed. So this dot close, and when you start this, and let me check that if it's working or not. So we have set that we to directly open the dashboard. So when I click on this, this will let me move back to our login page. Okay, so it's not initialized. So let me just change this one. Okay, sorry, we have to hide this actually. We cannot close this. So we have to call the method hide and just start this and check this once again if it's working or not. So when I click on logout, here you can see this. We move to login page, and here we have to enter username and password, that is btech days, and password is pass. And now we are back on the dashboard. So that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to code for this add new donor. Here you can see this. Let me just show you quickly in the complete project. This is complete project, and I have started the project over here. And here we have to enter btech days pass. You can see this, the password, and accept terms and conditions login. In next video I'm going to show you how to design this form and how to backend code for this. Here you can see this, we have the blood groups over here, we have the gender over here. So thanks for watching, and if you have not subscribed my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon before you leave the channel. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this dashboard. Here you can see this. When I click on this, we have three stuff, and in this way I have designed for all these stuff. And if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen right now. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how to design this add new donor. When I click on this, here you can see this form's open. So I'm going to show you how to design this form. So let's start with that. As you know that we are working with the library video, so I'm going to open that project. So let me close this one, and I'm going to move back. Here you can see this. Our task till here is done. Here you can see this, we have all the stuff, and when I click on this, nothing happened. So I'm going to design for this add new donor. So just close this, After that, what we have to do is we have to add one form. So for that, just go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, click on Add and select Windows Form. Here you can see this. Just click on this. The new form will be added. After that, you have to write some name to it. So I'm going to add new donor form name. It will be. Let me just remove these spaces because this space causes problems sometimes. And click on Add. And here you can see this new form is added. So let me copy the size of this form from the previous one. So right click on this and go to properties, and there I will find the size of this form. So size is 720 and 533. So let me copy this and paste it. Right click on this, go to properties, size is over here, you have to just enter. Here you can see this. Now the form is as per our requirement. So we have to change few properties. First thing, let me just decrease this. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we want to remove this border frame. Okay, so right click, go to properties, and there you will find this form border style, sizable to none. Okay, and second thing what we have to do is we have to just, what we want is when this form opens, we want this to be in the center of the screen. So select the center state start position, and after that we have to add background to this form. So right click, go to properties, and in this properties you have to search for background image. Here you can see this background image. Just click on these three dots, local resources, click on import, and it will open your local directory. You can just explore where you have put the all images. So if you don't know that, then I have provided all the image and icons link in the description. Just go and download it from there. After that, start working on this. So just click on this and open, and you have to change the background image layout from tile to stretch. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So here you can see this, the form is not looking nice. So after that we have one label. So this is the line. So I'm going to add these stuff. So first thing, label, just drag and drop it over here. Let me change the properties of these. What we have to write is add in the capital letter, add new donor, hit enter. Here you can see this, we have a white type background for these labels, so we have to remove that. So background color needs to be transparent. So click on this back color and click on this small arrow over here, and after that you have to just select the div, and after that you have to just click on this transparent. So now here you can see this, it doesn't have any background color now. So after this what we have to do is we have to change the font style and the written and the size of the font. So let me copy the size of the font and the font style as well. So let me just go over here and click on this, and let me check what is the size of this. So font name is Fusion 1 and bold and size is 20. So let me just move back over here and just click on this, go to font, click on this, then you have to write Fusion 1. Just click on this, bold, and size is nothing but 20, and hit OK. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After that you have observed that there is a straight line over here. So I'm going to place that. What is that? A line shaper. Here you can see this. Just drag and drop it over here, and you have to make the line like this. Okay, so here you can see this. So now it's looking nice. After this, what we have is, let me just copy these. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 labels. So I'm going to add 11 labels first. So search for label, copy and paste 11 labels. So just copy, paste, paste like this, and we have to place this on the proper position. So we have actually 7 labels on this side, 3, 3, 6, 1, 7. So let me change the name of these labels one by one. Okay, so we have to add few more labels over here. So 10 and 2 more because we have 4 labels this side. So I'm going to change the properties of these labels one by one, and I'm going to change the font size as well. So first thing what we have to do is we have to change the text of this. So text is newDonor ID, hit enter. The second one is name. This one is change the text for the name. This one is nothing but mother name. This one is change this one to date of birth. And let me check what is next, mobile number and gender. So this one to mobile and this one to gender. And change this one to email and this one to blood group and this one to city and finally this one to address. Hit enter. So now we are done with the labels. So now we have to assign the text box in front of this. So how many text box we have? 1, 2, 3, 3 text box, and it's a date time picker. It's also a text box, and this one is a combo box. So let me add these stuff. Text box. Select this and just copy and paste it over here. So copy and paste. Paste one more. For mobile number we need one, and after this we need date time picker. So date time picker, just drag and drop it over here. Okay, it's hidden over here, so let me just drag and drop it. And we need one combo box. So drag and drop it. After this what we have to add is, let me just check that out, it's also a text box drop down. Actually it's a combo box, and this one is text box, and this is rich text box. Okay, so let me move back. So we need one more combo box for blood group, so drag and drop it over here. So combo box is here, and one text box, so just search for text box, drag and drop it here. And for city we also need a combo box, sorry, text box, so copy and paste the text box. And after that we need one rich text box. Rich text box, just drag and drop it. Okay, so it's here. So now it's ready. So now we have to change the design, and we have to align these properly so that it look nice. First thing I'm going to, you can see this in the front of donor we have this one. This is also a label. So I'm going to add one more label. So copy and paste. Here you can see this, and set the text of this label to 1. Hit enter. And after that what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one to red, and after that we have to change the font of this to 14 bold. Okay, so first thing what I have shown you in this one is to remove the background. So I'm going to remove the background one by one. Just click on this, and after that you have to search for back color and change this one to web and transparent. In the same way you have to do for the rest. Okay, so just select all these labels at once so that we can actually change the properties of all these labels at a single click. Because when we are going to change one by one, so it will take a lot of time. So back color, here you can find this. Just click on this, web and transparent. So now here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. After this, I'm going to change the font of these labels because it's quite small and it's not looking that much nice. So for that, just move back over here and change the font color. So its font name is default and bold and it's of 10 size. Okay, let me check the text box size too. So text box size is 10 too. So I'm going to do the same for this. Just select all the stuff at a time. This is a quick way to do the task. And change this font bold and 10. Hit enter. So now it's looking nice. In the same way, we have to change the text box size too. Changing the text box size means that whenever we enter something will be of that font. So if I change this one to 10, so whatever we enter into these text fields will be of size 10. Okay. So now we have to arrange this in proper order so that it look nice. Okay. So we have to change this one property from long, here you can see this format from long to short because we only need the date. We have to arrange this very properly so that it look nice, otherwise it will look not that much nice. Okay, so we have to move these stuff a little bit right side. And in the same order, here you can see this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, what we have to do is we have to increase the size of these text boxes at least of this size. One by one, you can do this. After this, here you can see this. Now task till here is done, designing of this part is done. After that, we have to add few buttons. So I'm going to add few buttons. Just drag and drop it over here and copy and paste to replicate because we need 3 buttons. And we have to add this line one more time. So just copy and paste it and just drag this to here. Now here you can see this. It's looking nice. After that, we have to change the button names. So first, let me just change this button name to button text actually. Change the text of this button to save. Change this one to reset and this one to close. After that, what I need to do is I need to add images and icons into this. So let me add images. Here you can find the image. Click on this, local resources import, and for the save, what we have is, let me just check that out. Save, here we have the save, and OK, and OK. Here you can see this. In this, you have to change this image alignment to Don't worry if it pop up on your screen, just click OK and try again, and click on this left side. And after that, what we have to do is we have to change the text alignment. Text line just middle center to right side like this, and make the button large a little bit, and after that make this small. So here you can see this, now it's looking nice. Move little bit upside, and after that you have to change one more property of this button. So what is that? You have to change this flat style. Here you will find this flat style standard to pop up, and now it's looking nice. In the same way you have to do for the second button. We have to set the image. So just search the image, local resources, click on import, and we have to reset user. I'm going to use this icon. Middle center, just change this one to left side, and after that text alignment to right side, and after that flat style to pop up, and you have to maximize and make it small. Here you can see this, now this button is looking nice, and do same for this button too. So first change the flat style. Okay, so I'm going to change this text style from middle center to right. After that I'm going to set the image, local resources, and click on import, close, exit application. I'm going to use this, click OK, and I'm going to use this image in the left side and change this flat style from standard to pop up. Make this small and make this a little bit large according to the size of the remaining button. So let me just make this a little bit small. Okay, so here you can see this in this form we have only one close button, so I want this close button needs to be functional for right now. Okay, so let me just make this a little bit more small. Okay, so just go to properties, and after that let me change this one to pt and close, and just double click on this, and we will generate a click event for that button. So this dot close. Okay, now the form is designed. Now I'm going to start this project. And when I start on this, here you can see this, when I click on this, nothing happens. Why? This is because we haven't added that form to this button. So I'm going to add that. For that, just go to dashboard, and we have to just click on this. After that, just double click on this, add new donor. Double click on this. After that, what we have to do is we have to generate a object of that form. So add new donor, and equals new, add new donor, and dot show, and now I'm going to start this. Now I'm going to click on this, and here you can see this. Now we have the donor. You add new donor on the screen. When I click on this will close the application. So here you can see this. So that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to add the blood groups into these combo boxes, and how to backend code, how to save the data into the database. I'm going to show you that. So thanks for watching. Please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this add new donor form. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how to populate your new donor ID from the database, and how to save this data into the database, and which table we have to create. Okay, so let me just close this and let me start with that. So before starting, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, so that when I upload new video, you get updated with that. Okay. So first thing, what we have to do is we have to change the design name of all these text boxes and data picker and these stuff as well. So starting with the first one, just right click and go to properties. Here you can see this on this property. Here we are. So again we have to do that, and after that change the design name. Here we have this. So first is text box 1. So I'm going to change this one to text box txt name so that I can easily identify that this is text box of which in which we are accepting the name. So this make our coding easy. So in the same way we have to do for the next stuff. So let me change this one to txt father and this one to txt mother. This one to txt dob. Change this one to txt mobile. This one to, it's a combo box where I'm going to write this txt gender, and after that this one to txt email. This one to txt blood group. After that this one to txt city, and change this one to txt address. Okay, in the same way we have to change the name of these buttons too. So I'm going to change this one to btn save and this one to btn reset. Okay, so we still left with some stuff, that is we haven't added anything into these drop down or combo box. So I'm going to add few stuff. So in gender we have male, female and other. So I'm going to add that male, female and other, and just hit OK. Now these items has been added into this combo box. In the same way we have to add the blood group. So let me just copy the all possible blood group from our complete project. So we just move over here, and after that click on this edit items, and I'm going to copy this stuff. Okay, and in the same way you can just pause the video and you can write it manually, or you can search on the internet for all the possible blood groups. Okay, so I'm going to hit OK. Now let me just start this and check that if the items is added into that combo box or not. So I've started the project. So it will take a little bit of time, and after that let me just click on this, and here you can see this. When I click on this, all this stuff are visible. In the same way when I click on this, all this stuff are visible. But here you can observe one small stuff, that is you can actually manually write it in this, and we don't want this. So how to remove this? So let me just close this and show you how to remove that stuff. So just click on this and right click and go to properties. In the properties you have to find one property, that is drop down style. In the drop down style you have to change this one to drop down list. In the same way we have to do for this one too. So drop down style from drop down to drop down list. Now let me start this and show you quickly that is that working or not. Add new donor, and when I click something, here you can see this, we can't write anything. When I click on this, it simply open our list. In the same way for this one too, we cannot write anything over here. Okay, so now task till here is done. So now what I want is, first thing I want a container in which I have to store the data. So these data needs to be stored somewhere. For that first we need a container. So for that I'm going to create a table. Before that I'm going to create a database. So first thing, I have already created a database with the name bloodbank. You have to just execute this query into your database, that is create database bloodbank, this query. Okay, after that you have to write this query by selecting, here you can see this, I have selected blood bank. So here you may have multiple options. You have to select the blood bank. Here you can see this database, whatever database you name, you have to select that, and after that you have to just write this line of query. Just pause the video and write this query, and after that just click on execute after selecting this much stuff. This will create a table with the name of new donor. Okay, so don't make any spelling mistakes, just be sure. This DID is first is the primary key, which will be automatically incremented. Here you can see this. Here we have the database. In this we have actually for now we have 4 records. Here you can see this after 4, after here 3 is missing because I have already deleted the record of 3. So that's not an issue. So this is dir, that is the id for this table, and here you can see this for mobile I have used bigint because in int we cannot store the 10-digit value, that is int is not that much enough to store a 10-digit mobile number. So that's why I have used this bigint. Okay, so you have to write these line of stuff. I hope you have executed this query. Let me move back to our project. So here we have, first thing what we have to do is we have to make a new class. For how to do that, for that just go to Solution Explorer, right click on that and click on add, and after that you have to add a just class. Here you can see this, you have to add a class, and I'm going to name this class function because we are going to put the function into these class and going to access that again and again. So I'm going to write this one function, okay, and hit add. Here you can see this, we are added with a new function class. Here you can see this. In this class, what we have to do is first we have to make a database connection. So first thing what I need is when this form loads, here we need the ID of the next donor. So suppose in the database you can see here we have the last ID is 5. So now the new ID will be 6. So I want that here needs to be 6 when this program starts. So how to do that? I'm going to show you exactly that. So in function, first thing what I have to do is I have to make a method to get connection, public and SQL connection. Why I have written connection over here? Because this method will return you have to import the library, that is using system.sql.data sql.client. So I have done in that way. You can see this when I here you can see this, I have removed that, and after that you have to do like this and you have to click on this and it will automatically add it, or you can manually write it over here. So I have written, let me just write this first and after that I will show you. So I am going to name this method, that is get connection. Okay, so why I am going to give this type, here you can see this SQL connection. Why I have written this? Because suppose you are using, generally you haven't used this type of function, I'm just going to refer you that. So public, I'm going to write one method so that you can understand this stuff easily. Public int abc and its return 5. I guess you all are familiar with this. This means that whenever we call this method, this will return an integer type value. That's why we have written over int. So in the same way, I have uses SQL connection over here because this function is going to return a SQL connection object. Okay, so I hope you understand this. Let me remove this and complete my function first. Okay, so I'm going to actually make a connection with my database. So SQL connection con equals new SQL connection. After this, I have created a connection object, and in this we have to pass the connection string. So how to pass the connection string? So we have to write con dot connection string equals, and in this double quotes, what we have to do is we have to write, let me just make this full screen so that you can see clearly. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to write here data source equals, and here we have to mention one stuff. Just move back to your database. Here you will find this file. You have to click on this connection object explorer, click on this, and here you will find the server name. Just copy this stuff and just move back to your project, and after that you have to paste it over here and you have to add one more slash here, otherwise it will show an error. Okay, so let me move back this one to full screen. After this what you have to write is you have to write the database name. So as I have already shown you, that my database name is bloodbank, so I'm going to write that bloodbank without space, and after this you have to write integrated security equals true. Make sure your T is in capital and don't make any spelling mistake, otherwise it will generate an error. So here you can observe that it's underlined with the red because we haven't returned the SQL connection yet. So after writing this query, this line of the code, that is connection string, now our the connection with the database will be established. So now what we have to do is we have to type return nothing but connection. So here you can see this, now our error has been resolved. Now with this method we can get the connection. Okay, so after this I have to write one more method to get data. Okay, so here you can observe this. In this, what I want is when this form loads, this label needs to be fixed with the next value which we are going to assign, which the new donor is going to be assigned with that value. Okay, so we are going to fetch the data and show data into this. So I am going to write a method with public, and in this the data will be is an data set. So we are going to return type of this will nothing but data set. It's not showing because we haven't imported the library. Okay, so let me just import that using system.data. Just click on this and this will include into your library. Okay, import the library. So data set, with this method this method is going to return a data set. So after this what we have to do is we have to just name this method get data. Okay, and in this first thing what I need is a connection. So SQL connection, and I'm going to write an object, and from where we are going to get the connection from this method. So how to get the connection? So we have to simply write get connection because we have already written that method. So when I write this method, it's going to return con, this object, and we are going to directly use this. Okay, so our connection is established. Now what we have to do is we have to write this SQL command, and in this we have to pass the command equals new SQL command. We have to create an object of SQL command, and after that cmd dot connection, and connection object is nothing but con. We already have this. Here this con is not this one. This one is the object which we have created, which we are using to store the returned connection. Okay, so I'm going to use this one over here, not this one. Okay, so here you can see this. After this what we have to write is we have to write the command text. So command text, we are not going to hard code the command text. We are going to pass the command text from where this method is called. For that I'm going to accept this method one variable, one argument, that is string, and I'm going to name it query, and we have to write command text is equal query. Okay, so whenever someone call this method and write query within it, then that query is going to execute over here, and the result from that query will be stored in this data set. So now I am going to create a data set object. Before that I'm going to create a SQL data adapter. So DA equals new SQL data adapter. In this we are going to pass the command, and after this data set I'm going to use set ds equals new data set, and after this we have to use data set dot fill, and we have to fill the data set, and now we will have the data into this data set object. So we have to return that data set. So I'm going to use return nothing but ds object. So when I write ds, here you can see this, the error has been resolved. So now our connection is ready, and we have write the query to get data. So this method is going to return the data. So now we move back. I hope you understand this. If not, then I'm just going to explain this once again. So in this method, I have written dataset over here because this method is going to return a dataset object. Here you can see this. I am returning a DS. So that's why. Okay. After this, here I have done is SQL connection. I'm just creating an object of SQL connection. Suppose if you are passing an integer in the as an argument in the method, then what you do is you write a int type value like this int a, and in that you accept the value which you get from the argument. In the same way I have did over here. So SQL connection con, and I have returned the call this get connection method, and this connection has been stored into this object. After that, I have created a SQL command object, and in this I have passed the connection over here. And after that, in command text, I have created an object that is query, and I'm going to use that query over here. So I'm going to show you how to use this query. And in this I have created SQL data adapter. In this I have passed the command, and in the same way I have created object of dataset, and finally I have filled that dataset. So now move back to form. Here what I want is when this form loads, this label needs to be filled with the data. So just let me just move from this full screen and let me change the name of this label. So just go to properties and change the name from this. Okay, so label new ID and hit enter. So now just double click on this form to generate a load event of this form. Just double click on this, and here you can see this new donor load event is generated. So now here what I need to do is, what I want actually is, I want to set the value. So now we have a get connection which will return the data. So here I'm going to create an object first, a variable first, that is query, because first we have to pass the query. Okay, within that. So let me just move back to database, and here let me just show you which query we have to write. So we have to write select. So what we need to do is I want to select the max number into this. Here you can see this. So I'm going to write the query select max, and which max is actually a method. You can just go to W3 School, or you can refer somewhere else. Just read about this. This will select the max column name which you pass inside this. So I'm going to pass the DID, that is the column name, max DID. I'm going to select that, and after this from which table, that is nothing but new donor. So when I execute this, what you're expecting, what will happen? So it's nothing but just going to give a result that is nothing but 5. So let me just execute this, and here you can see this 5. So I'm going to execute this query. So I'm copying this and move back to our project, and I'm going to write it over here. Here you can see this. Select max DID from new donor. So we have to pass this query to get record. Okay, so how to use that get record? For that, I'm going to write, actually we have to create an object for this class. So you have to write function fn equals new function. So now our object is created. So using this, creating this function on this place is not that much nice, because we are going to use this function object multiple times. So why not just declare it outside this method? So let me just cut this and let me place it over here. So just going to place it. Okay, and from here we can, in any method you can use this function object actually. Okay, and with this object you can call any method inside this one. Make sure you declare that public. So I'm going to declare this one protected, because we are not going to use this connection method outside this class. Okay, so I have written that protected. So now move back over here. So now here you can see this. Now understood what I have did over here. After this, string query. So now what we have to do is we have to call that method. So that method is going to return a data set. So first thing, what I am going to create a data set variable. So I'm going to write this ds and equals, and after this what we have to do is I have to use that function fn object, that is fn, and hit enter. dot, our method is what? Get data. Here you can see this. In this get data, you can see this. If I directly write this, this will show error because it's expecting one string value. So I am going to pass query. When I write this, now our error has been resolved. And after this, what we have to do is, in the data set, the data is in the form of table. So we have to extract the data from data set. So let me just actually show you a quick stuff. That is, let me just add. Okay, so I'm going to add a breakpoint over here. So now I'm going to check that if this data set is filled with 5 or not. So let me just start this. So this is on form load event. So when I click on this, the form load event will be executed and we will move back to the breakpoint. Click on this, and here you can see this. We are on over here. So I'm going to check out this data set. So just click on this, and here you can see this. We have the value 5. So this 5 value is in the 0th row and 0th column. So let me just show you how to extract that value, and we have to convert that value in integer type. Okay, so I'm going to do that. First, stop this project and let me just remove this breakpoint, and let me just change these few stuff. So int, and I'm going to use this count and equals, and we have to convert that into int because that's in the form of a string. So int dot parse, and within this we have to use this data set object ds dot, the data is in the form of table, so ds dot 0, and from this we need rows, and which row we want, 0th row, and which column we want, 0th column, and we have to convert this into two string. So if you are worried about that, why we are converting this into two string, that's not an issue. If you don't convert this, then this will be in the system format, so this will generate an error. We cannot convert that system format into integer with the help of this parse. So we have to convert that value first into a string, and then that string will be converted into integer type with the help of this parse method. So now we have the value int over here. So now we have to set that value. So label new id dot text. The new id, label new id is the name of that label in which we want to set the text. So here you can see this. I'm going to set the value. So count dot to string. We have to convert that, and here you can see this. Now start this, and you will find that the value will be set now. So I'm going to start this, and here you can see this. We have the 5. But what I need is this 5 is already allotted with the value. This 5 is already used. So here we have to show the next ID. So we have to increment this one by 1. So how to do that? For that you have to just do small stuff over here. So count plus 1, and you have to put this inside the bracket. According to the board master rule, the bracket is first resolved. So after this will be added, and after that this will be converted into two strings. So let me just start this and show you if that working or not. Just click on this. Here you can see this. Now we have the value 6. So now when I fill this data and just save this, so this will be 7. Okay, so that's fine. So now I'm going to insert these values into the database. Okay, so for that, first thing what we have to do is we have to write one more method. So here we have written a method to get data, so it will return a data set. So one value needs to be, that should be set data, so that should be only perform the data operation like insertion, deletion, and updation can be performed with that function. So here I am going to write one more method, that is public, and it will return nothing, void insert, set data, and in this we still need one string query, and in this we have to write the same stuff, that is SQL connection con equals, and we have to get the connection, get connection, and after this we have to write SQL command cmd equals new SQL command, and after this we have to write cmd dot connection equals con, and con dot open, we are going to open the connection because we are going to use execute non-query. So after opening the connection, what we have to do is we have to write cmd dot command text, and this command text I have already explained you, nothing but query, and after the cmd dot execute query, execute non-query, and you have to just use like this, and cmd dot we have to close the connection, con dot close, and this will close the connection. So after this I want a response from our project. So I want to set message box. So we cannot use directly because we haven't imported this inside this function. So you have to just do like this using system Windows form. So while writing this stuff here will just save you a lot of time, because if you don't write it over here, so every time you're going to set the data in that place, you have to just use that method. Okay, you have to actually write this message box. So I'm going to write it directly over here. So message box dot show, and here what you have to do is write a data processed successfully. Okay, so this statement is actually good for insertion, deletion, and updation. Everything fits into this statement. So data processed successfully. Okay. After this, I'm going to write the name of this message box, success. And this message box needs to be few buttons. There's nothing but okay. I need only one button, and icon needs to be information dot information, and just close this and just, so our task till here is done. So I hope you understand what is the set data. So set data is a method to perform operations like insertion, deletion, and updation. So these operations can be performed with this method, and this method is used to actually get the data from database. Okay, so in this first I have made this a connection. So I have used this method void because it's not going to return anything. Okay, so in this I'm going to use this query which is being passed by the user when this method is being called. Okay, so let me just move back to design part, and after this what I need is when I click on the save button, I want to just extract the values from these text boxes, and after that save into the database. So let me just double click on this. Here you can see this. First thing what I want is I want to check that if none of these text boxes are empty while we are going to insert the data. So first I'm going to check that. So if first text box name is txt name, so dot text, and not equals null. So in this way, and is used to check that all the condition which I'm going to write. So txt after the second thing is father dot text is not equals null, and the same way we have to write for the txt mother dot text not equals null, and finally we have txt dob dot text is not equals null. The same we have to do for the rest, so I'm going to write that quickly. Mobile dot text is not equals null, txt, and after mobile what we have is we have gender dot text is not equals null, and txt gender after that we have email dot text is not equals null, and we have txt blood group dot text is not equals null, and after that what we have is txt city dot text is not equals null, and finally we have txt address dot text is not equals null. So I'm going to check these much of stuff. Okay, so how many text boxes we have? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So 10. So I'm going to check that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9 and 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. Okay, so our task till here is done. So if it's empty, so I'm going to show the user, else I have to write nothing but message box dot show fill all fields, simple and short, and this message box name error, and this message box button needs to be OK, and message box icon needs to be error. So let me check that if it's working or not. So let me just start this and just click on this add newDonor, and when I click on this, here you can see this fill all records and error. The message box name is error. So now I'm going to fill first one, second one and third one and try this again. Here you can see this, it's still showing the same record. So now it's working fine. Here you can see this still working. So now we are ready, we are good to go. Okay, so now first thing what I need is we need the values from that text boxes, comma boxes and date time figure into the variables. So I'm going to start doing that. So string dname, that is the donor name, and from the txt name. From the txt name is the text box design name. So from this what I need is I need text. So in the same way from the second text box, that is nothing but fname, that is father name, so equals txt father dot text string mname equals txt mother dot text, and after this what we have is string dob equals txt dob dot text. After this we have mobile number. Let me just check that if I am right or not. So dob, we have mobile number. So mobile number is, I have shown you in the database, mobile number is in the integer bigint format. So I am going to convert that into integer type. So int64, and we have to use mobile equals, and we have to convert that into int64. So int64 dot parse, and we have to pass this txt mobile dot text, and after this we have to check that what we have as string gender equals txt gender dot text, and after this what we have is, after gender we have email, so equals txt email dot text. Make sure you maintain the order of that, because in the database I have just written the columns in the same order in which I have written in this design view. So the string email, and after that we have blood group. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe. Blood group dot text, and after blood group we have city and address. So string city equals txt city dot text, and string, finally we have address, and we have to write txt address dot text. So now we have all the value into the variable. So now we have to write the query. In the previously I have shown you that here we have to write the query in this way, so I'm going to write this query. So we have to write the query for this insertion. So I'm going to write string and query. I'm going to create an variable query equals, and in this I have to write the query. So which query I have to write is double quotes. I have to write insert, and which data actually in which table we are going to insert is nothing but insert into new donor, and the column name from these, here you can see this is the column name is dname, fname, mname, dob, mobile, gender, email. So you have to mention these stuff. So moving back to our project, and here in this we have to write this table names, column names. So I'm going to write dname, the second column name is fname, third one is mname, fourth one is dob, fifth is mobile, sixth is gender. After that we have email, and we have blood group, and after blood group we have city, and we have the address. And after this you have to write, let me just make this one for the screen so that you can easily watch over me writing the codes. So after this you have to write values. So now in these columns we have to insert the values. So we have to write values, and which values we want to insert is, so for that we have to write within that brackets, and within this you have to concatenate these values with this string. So how to do that? For that, first thing, dname, donor name is in the string format. So for that, just single quotes, after that double quotes, within double plus, and double quotes, then single quotes. Within this you have to write dname. Okay, here you can see this. Now error has been resolved. After dname, what we have is we have fname. So in the same way you have to do that, fname, and after this we have nothing but mname, that's also a string. Mname. After mname we have dob, that's also a string. So I'm going to write that, just comma, put comma, and after that dob, that is date of birth, and after dob we have mobile number. So make sure while writing mobile numbers, let me just show you, for writing mobile number you have to write like this in double quotes only, just exclude these single quotes over here. So after dob we have mobile, after mobile we have gender. So gender needs to be in the string format, so it will be in the same. So gender. After gender we have email, blood group, city. So just single double quotes, single quotes, and within this plus gender, and we have email plus, in the same way we have, after email we have blood group, that is blood group. So we have to write blood group, so B group. So just press this CTRL in the space, it will automatically complete your sentence which we are writing. Okay, so after this blood group what we have is city. So I'm going to write that, so city, and after city we have address, so that's also a string. So address, and now our query is done. So let me just make these all small little bit, so you can pause the video and you can write it from the scratch. So let me just okay, so now this one is nice. So you can see this, insert into new donor, and these are the actually the column name from the database, and the values which we are going to insert. So dname, fname, mname, dob, mobile, gender. Just pause the video and write these stuff, and till here you can count it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, 8, 9 and 10. So now we have these 10 stuff. So now the query is done till here. So after this, what I have to do is we have to just call that method with this string. Okay. So just hit enter, and after this you have to call the method, that is fn. The object of that function class is already created on the upside. Let me just show you once again. So here you can see this. We have this function object fn equals new function, and here you have to write the, actually we have to set the data. So I'm going to use this set data, and in this we have to write the query and just close this. Now let me just start this and show you that if this work or not. Okay. So now our project has started. Now just click on add new donor, and here you can see this 6, and I'm going to add some value, that is Rohit, and the father name is Sunil, and mother name is Ankita. We just select the date of birth and mobile number like this, and after that gender male, email rohit@gmail.com. blood group needs to be positive, and after that from this one is from Patna, and Patna, and this one is Bihar. Just click on save. Data process successful. Okay, here you can see this message box actually written inside that method. So I'm going to, it means that this method is working fine. So let me just click on OK, and here you can see this. When I close this and when I reopen this form, this data needs to be 7. So close this and click on this. Here you can see this. Now we have the value 7. So now just check the database. So is that value is inserted into the database or not? So select the star from newDonor and execute this. Here you can see this. 6 value is Rohit, Sunil, Ankita, and here you can see this. Everything is working fine. So now our save button is working fine. Okay. So now we are left with one button, that is nothing but reset. So what I want is when I click on this reset, all the text field needs to be empty. So just double click on this and this will generate a reset click button event, and after this we have to write this few stuff, that is nothing but txt name dot clear, and after that txt father dot clear, that is the text box's name, design name. So txt mother dot clear, and after this we have txt dob dot, and in this we have to use reset text because it's a daytime picker, txt mobile dot text, dot clear, and after this mobile we have txt gender. So in this I'm going to use this reset text, and txt after gender we have email dot clear, and after that txt blood group. So blood group is also a combo box, so that's why I'm going to use reset text, and finally we have txt city dot clear, and after this we have txt address dot clear. So now the task for this button is also done. So let me just start this, and after this let me just move back over here, and here you can see this. Now whatever I write something inside this, and I'm going to click on this reset button, this will clear all the text field. So now this is working. So in the next video I'm going to show you, let me just start this project. This is actually a complete project. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time, so it's on the login page. So as I have already shown you how to design this stuff, so let me just move back to the dashboard, and in the next video I'm going to show you how to design this add detail form, and after that how to backend code for this. Okay, so thanks for watching, and please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and just stay tuned to our channel to get updated and for the new content as well. So thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this add new donor form and how to backend code for this. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can just simply click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how to design this form, that is update details. Here you can see this. When I write an ID of an particular donor, then this will fill the data, and in the same way how can we this reset, and how to design and how to backend code for this I'm going to show you. So let's start with that. So as you all know that we are working with blood bank video. So here you can see this is a blood bank project, and in this first thing what we have to do is we have to add one new form. So right click on this and click on add and select the Windows form. Okay, here you can see this. Now the form is added. Now we have to name it, that is nothing but update donor detail. So I'm going to write this update donor details and hit enter, and this will add a new form. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the size of this form. So let me set the size. Let me copy the size from this form. So right click on this and go to properties, and in this let me find the size of this form. So here we find the size 720 and 533. So let me just paste it over here. So here you can find this size and just paste it and hit enter. So now the size is same as that form. After this, what we have to do is we have to remove this form border. So how to do that? For that, just go to properties of this form and you have to search form border style. Here you can see this. Here it's sizable, but let me just remove this with a none because we don't need any form border. After this, we have to add the background image. So just right click and go to properties, and after that search for background image over here. Here you can see this, we have this background image. Click on this. After that click on local resources and click on import. This will open your local directory of your computer and move back where you have stored all the images. As I have already told you that I have provided the all images and icons link in the description, which I am going to use throughout this project. So just download it, and after that you can just start doing this. So here you can see this all page background image. So I'm going to use this and click on open and click on OK. After this you have to change one small stuff, that is background image layout from tile to stretch. Okay, so that it look nice. After this what we have to do is just see what first thing is nothing but one label, and after that another label. This is a text box, this is another button. So I'm going to add these stuff for now. So right click and go to the properties of this, and before that you have to just go to toolbox, and after this you have to add first thing is nothing but label. Just drag and drop it over here and change the name of this label. So text name, so write update donor details and hit enter. After this, here you can see this, it have some background color. So I want to remove that. Back color for change, here you can see this, go to properties of that label, right click on this and go to properties, and in here you will find the back color. And in this, you have to click on this arrow, and after that you have to just click on web, and here you will find transparent. Click on that. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After this, let me just copy the font and the font size. Okay. So, or not this one. Here you can see this. The font is nothing but, okay, it's taking a little bit of time. Here you can see this. The font is Fusion 1. So let me just copy this, and size is 20. So move back to our project. Just go to properties of this label, and after that search for font and click on this and paste it, or you can manually write it. And after that size is nothing but 20. So select 20 and hit OK. So you can see this, now it's looking nice. After this what we have is we have one line. So we have to search for line in the toolbox, line shape, just drag and drop it over here, and after this you have to just draw it till the end. Make sure you draw a straight line. Here you see this. If you want to move this little bit upside, so just click on this and use your mouse upside arrow. Okay, like this. After this, what we have is, let me just change the color of this one to silver or gray so that it look nice. Background color, custom, like gray. Okay, so it's quite light, a bit dark. Okay, so now it's looking nice. In the same way, now we have to add one more label over here, this one, and text box and one button. So I'm going to add that label, search for label, just drag and drop it over here, change the name of this one to donor ID. After that, we have to add one text box, drag and drop it over here, and after that I need one button, so I'm going to add that from the toolbox, just drag and drop it. Here you can see this, I have added all this stuff. So first thing, I'm going to remove the back color from this label, so back color, web and transparent, and after that I'm going to increase the font of this one from 8 to 10 and bold at the same time. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. And after that, increase the font size of this text box too. So just click on this and you have to select 10. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, we have to set image to this button. So how to do that? For that, just right click and go to properties. Before setting image, we have to change the text of this to search from button 1 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change one more stuff, that is flat style from standard to pop-up. After this, we have to search for image. Here we will find this image. Just click on this, local resources, click on import, and this will open your local directory. And after this, what you have to do is click this search one, open this and hit OK. Here you can see this image is in the center. So how to do that? For that, here you can find this image align. Just change this one. If you show this, this is on your display, so not to worry about that. Just click OK and try again. And after this, you have to select this box, that is left center. So click on this. Here you can see this image is on now on the left center. In the same way, you have to change the text alignment. So search for text align, and it's set middle center, so set this one middle right. And after this, let me just make this button a little bit large in size and small from this side, and increase the font of the text written inside it. So just go and change the font. So make this one a little bit bold. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Okay, so let me move these stuff a little bit downside. And I'm going to copy this line once again and paste it over here. And we have to place it on the right place. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. Now task till here is done. After that, we have to add these stuff. So how many labels? This say 3 and 3 6, and 3 text boxes, 1 date time picker, and this one is text box, and this one is nothing but drop down. So I'm going to add these stuff. Okay, so first thing, few labels. So just drag and drop it over here. We need 6, so copy and paste. We need 6, so one by one we are going to place. You can manually drag and drop, or you can just copy and paste it to replicate. 5 and one more is nothing but 6. After this, we need text boxes. So just drag and drop these text boxes. Just copy text box and paste it once again. We need 3 text box, and after that we need 1 date time picker. So just drag and drop date time picker. And after this date time picker, we need again 1 text box. Just drag and drop it. After this date time picker and text box, we need 1 combo box. So search for combo box. Here you can see this. Just drag and drop it over here. And now we are done from this side. And in the right side, we have 3 labels, 2 text boxes, 1 combo box, and 1 rich text box. So I'm going to add these stuff. So label, Just drag and drop it. We need 4, so I'm going to add 4. I'm going to add one more, last one. Okay, so after this we need text box, so I'm going to drag and drop text box, copy and paste here. Here we need actually combo box for the blood group. Just drag and drop it over here. Okay, here it's hidden upside. And after this, finally we need one rich text box, so just drag and drop it over here. Just place this on this side. And after this, what we have is we have one again line and 3 buttons, so I'm going to add those stuff. After that we are going to change the labels and other stuff. So here I'm going to add one line, just copy and paste it and place on the right position. And after that I have to add buttons, drag and drop it. Okay, so it's hidden upside, just place it on the right position. Just copy and paste to replicate, paste it once again. Okay, so now here we go. So first thing what we have to do is we have to change the label name. So just right click, go to properties, and we have to change the text. You can see this. The first thing is nothing but name. The second one is father name. Again we have mother name. This one is date of birth. Guys, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. This will help us grow and this will keep you updated with our new content. After this we have to write mobile number. This one is gender. Hit enter. This one is email. Hit enter. This one is blood group. Hit enter. And this one is nothing but city. This one is address. Okay, so now all the task till here is done, and we have to change the name of these text buttons as well. So this one is nothing but save, or let me just change this one to update, and this one to reset, and this one to exit or close. Hit enter. Okay, so now writing part is done. So now we have to change the design of these labels and other stuff. So let me move these labels a little bit left side, so that when we enlarge these icons or labels, these look nice. So select one by one all the labels by pressing the serial key. Make sure you select only labels so that we can change properties of labels at a single click. Here you can see this. First thing, I'm going to remove the background color, that is controller, that is a little bit off white. So I'm going to change that back color and go to web and select transparent. So here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Now after that, let me move back to project and see which font I have set inside this. So we have set the default bold and it's of 10. So I'm going to do that. All are selected. I'm going to change the size, font size. Just click on this, bold, and size is 10. So hit OK. So here you can see this, all these labels font has been increased on a single click. So this is nothing but a smart work. Okay, so in the same way we have to change these text boxes at the same time. So select all, all these and change the text to 10. This will do nothing for now, but when we execute our program, so when we execute our program, something written inside these text will be of size 10. So that's why I have set the font of these text box to 10. Okay. So now I'm going to make this size large, this size. So select these all at a single time and make these of this size. Okay, so this one is quite large, so let me make this small. I will just select one single, and after that make this one small and this one too. So from datetime picker we only need the date. So for that, just change the format of this datetime picker. So just go to properties, right click and go to properties. In properties you will find the format. Here you can see this. Just from long, it's set long by default. Just change this one to short. And here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way, we have to increase the size of these text boxes as well. Okay. Like this one and this one too. This. Let me move these stuff little bit right side and these stuff little bit left. Okay. Here you can see this. Now the task is done till here. So now we have to add something into these combo boxes, because for now if we click on this and start this, nothing will be in this combo box. So just click on this and edit items, and we have to add male, female and other and hit OK, and the items has been added. So now we have to change few properties of these combo boxes. So first property what we have to change is we want a drop down list, because if we don't change the style of this drop down or combo box to list, then whenever this form open, user can manually write inside that. Okay, so we have to change this style, flat style, no, not this one. Here you can see this drop down style, change this one to drop down list. In the same way you can do for this blood group, change this drop down style to drop down list, and after that we have to add blood groups into this combo box. So let me just move back to our project, just click on this, click on edit items, just copy all blood groups, or you can manually write it over here. So just go to properties, or not properties, just click on this small triangle and edit items, and you have to paste it. You can pause the video or manually write it over here, or you can just search on Google and you can copy from there. Okay, just okay. And now the task has been done. So now we have to do these buttons. We have to change the labels, images, icons of these buttons, and we have to make this look nice. Okay, so I'm going to change the labels of this first one. So update, so I'm going to add image, background image. Just click on this, local resources, click on import, and after that I'm going to use that save this one, and hit OK. So the image set as style, so let me just change this one to center. Okay, and after this what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this button. So first thing, change the flat style to pop up, and after that we have to change this image alignment. Oh sorry, I have set the wrong stuff over here, so let me just remove this. Okay, so clear and hit OK. And we have to actually set image inside this. So image and local resources, click on import, and after that select that image and click OK. Okay, and after that we have to change this image align from middle center to middle left, and after that we have to change the text alignment from middle center to middle right, and after that we have to change the font from normal to bold. So this one, font style from bold. Okay, so now make these button little bit large so that it look nice. Okay, so here you can see this, now it's look nice. In the same way we have to do for the reset button. So first change the font style to bold, and after that we have to change the text alignment from middle center to middle right, and we have to set the image. Click on this, click on this one, local resources, click on import, and you have to just select that reset update details. This one I'm going to use this. It looks similar like reset, and change this middle center to left center. Okay, sorry, middle left. And after that, adjust this button like this, and change the flat style of this button. So flat style from standard to pop up, and finally we have this close button. So first I'm going to change the flat style to pop up. Font color is okay, so it's black, not an issue. And after that we have to set the image. Click on this, local resources, import, and closes, where we have this close exit application. I'm going to use this, and okay. Change this one middle center to left, middle left, and after that change this text alignment from middle center to right side. Make this text bold and hit OK. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Okay, so now designing part is done over here. So first I'm going to code for this exit button so that when I start this, we can actually close this. Okay, so just change this button name. So just go to properties and change this button name to btn close and hit enter. After this, double click on this and this will generate a click event for this button. So in this, I want to close this form. So this dot close, we have to use this method. And here you can see this, we have to change one more properties of this form. So right click on this and go to form properties, and we have to change the start position of this form from change this Windows default location to center screen, and after that we have to add this to that button on the dashboard. So I'm going to, okay, sorry, so it's actually so now let me just move back to the dashboard. You can see this, we have to connect that with this button. So just double click on this button, this will generate a click event, and here you have to create the object of that update donor detail. Update donor detail, here you can find this in the suggestion, and udd equals new update donor detail, and after this you have to call this udd.show on this object. Okay, so now we are ready to go with this start. Okay, so I'm going to start this and see if it works or not. So just click on this, and here you can see this. Now we have this update donor details. So we have this form over here. So now what I want is, when I click on this, suppose I click on this right one and search, so it will search for the donor ID 1 and fill the details into these text boxes and drop down. Here you can see this, we have these options, and in this we have blood groups. So how to do that? Okay, so I'm going to show you. So let me just close these stuff, that is dashboard. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name of these text boxes. So I'm going to do that. For first, right click and go to properties and change the name from text box to txt name. Change this one to txt father, this one to txt mother, this one to txt datetime DOB, this one to txt mobile, this one to txt gender, this one to txt email, this one to txt blood group, this one to txt city, and this one to txt address. and this text box to txt donor id and hit enter. And for this button, btn search, and finally for these buttons, so btn update, and this one to btn reset. Okay, so now we are ready to go. So first thing, we have to code nothing but on this update button. So what I need is, I want to generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a button search click event. So now first thing what I need is, I need either ID from that text box, that is nothing but this one, txt donor ID. So I need that ID. For that ID, I need to store that into some variable. So I create an int variable because that's of int type. So int ID equals, and from the text box, as you know that the data is stored in the form of string, so I have to convert that string into integer type. So I'm going to call this int dot parse id. If you are using a long number of integer, like if you are using the 5-digit integer as an id or 7-digit integer id, so that will not work for the int type. You have to convert that into int 64. So like, okay, so I will show you that, don't worry about that. So pass, and in this you have to pass txt donor id dot text. So if you are sorry, this one to string method we have to call on this. Okay, so after this, if you want to store a large number of IDs, so you have to use this int64, and you have to write int64 over here too, like this. So this will not cause any error. We can perfectly do with that, but I'm going to use int for now. Okay, so now we have the ID inside this. When a user click on this button, this ID will be going to store inside this variable. So we need data of that ID only. So as I have already told you that we have created a function over here to get data and set data. In previous video, if you have not seen my previous video, then just go and see my previous video. I have explained these, how to create the function and how to create this method. So I'm going to create an object of this function. So here I'm going to use that function, and fn equals new function, and I'm going to use I'm going to create a query over here first before we calling the method. So what I need is, I want the details of that ID only. So I'm going to write select star from, my table name is nothing but new donor, where it's the ID, that is the primary key, the ID in the database. Here you can see this is DID, the column name is DID, so I'm going to use that. So where DID equals, and this DID is being fetched from the text box, and that is being stored inside this ID. So I'm going to concatenate with that. I'm going to put DID over here. Okay, so ID is the variable, so ID here. Okay, so now the query is written over here. So when I'm going to execute this, where I'm going to execute it, we need actually the data from the database. So I have created the method that is get data. So that will return a data set. So first I'm going to create a data set object. So data set ds is equals function fn, the object, this object I'm going to use fn dot get data, and in this we have to pass it. Here you can see this, it's expecting a string query. So I'm going to pass this query, and this will return a data set. Okay, so now let me just check that if return a valid data or not. Int I equals 5, and I've written this over here to add a breakpoint. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to start this project, and here you can see this. When I click on this and when I write 6 and search, we move back to this breakpoint. And let me check this data set. Just go over here. So you can see this. The 6 is Rohit, Sunil, Ankita, and let me check this inside the database. Here you can see this. Okay, so inside this database, 6 arrays, Rohit, Sunil, Ankita, you can find everything over here. Okay, so now it means that the data is being fetched properly. Okay, let me just stop this project and remove this breakpoint and remove this line too. So now we have this data inside this data set. Now what we have to do is we have to set that data into the text boxes. Okay, because we have to set that data. So before setting, what we have to do is we have to check that if data set have some data or not. Because suppose if user enters some wrong ID, donor ID, then the data set will be empty. So if that data set will be empty, and if you are trying to fetch data from that and try to set that into a text box, then it will generate an error. So to handle that error or to show a responsive application, you have to check the data set. So I'm going to check that if ds.tables, I'm going to use this table because data set is store the data in the form of tables as I have shown you right now. So then 0 table dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, then only execute this query, which one that is nothing but setting the text into this text boxes. In else condition, what we have to do is we have to write the stuff that is message box dot show invalid id, and this message box name error, and this message box need buttons that is okay, and we need message box icon needs to be error. Okay, so let me try for an wrong user ID. So in the database you can see we have 1 to 6 only. Okay, so I'm going to write 10 over there. Just click on this update and click like this. Just randomly write anything and just click on this invalid ID. Here you can see this error has occurred. Try to enter a valid. So when you enter valid, nothing will happen. Just click on this. Here you can see this, nothing happened because the data set is not empty. And when the data set is not empty, for that we have written inside the if, but we haven't write anything in that. What to do? So let me just close this and write inside this if block. So in if, what we have to do is we have to set the text into the text boxes. So first thing is nothing but text box name, and in this what we have to set is text. So equals ts dot tables, from the table 0 we need rows, and in this row we have to pass the row and column index. So 0th row, because for the single ID we have only one row. Okay, so this the rows will be always 0 and the column index will be always changing. So why I have written 1 over here, let me just explain you that. Because let me just show you the database. Here you can see this. Suppose user enter 1. So this is 0th row and this one is first column. Okay, so 0th column, and this one is 0th row and first column. Here you can see this. This one is 0th row and first column. We don't need this DID because user is going to write that. So I need DID. So from 1, 2, 3, column index will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And this will always be 0. So that's why the first thing is 0, that is row ID. Row number, and this one is column. So that's why. Let me just try this and let's check that if it's work or not. Here you can see this. Just search for 6 and click on search, and here you can see this name is set to Rohit. 5 John. So now it's working. And the same we have to do for the rest. So just close this and do this quick. So just copy this much of stuff, and after that we have to write txt father and just paste it, txt mother and paste it, txt top and paste it, txt mobile, paste, txt gender, paste, txt email, paste, txt we have blood group, and after that we have to paste this, city, paste it. So how many rows we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Okay, so now we have to change stuff over here. So we have to change the column IDs I have previously explained you. So this one to 2, this one to 3, this one to 4, this one to 5, this one to 6, this one to 7, this one to 8, this one to 9 and this one to 10. Okay, so make sure you write in the proper order. If you change the orders, then you have to change this column ID 2. Okay, so let me just start this and let's see if that worked perfectly fine or not. So just click on this update detail, enter 6 and search. Here you can see this date is also changed, male, blood group is also selected by default and everything is working fine. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to, here you can see this, when I clear this, nothing happens. What I want is when I clear this, all the records from these text boxes needs to be cleared. So let me do that. So just go to this form, right click on this, go to properties and click on events here. Text change, in this text change, you double click on this to generate a click event. Text change event is generated, and after that you have to write if txt donor id dot text is equal to null, then what we have to do is we have to clear the text fields. So for that we have to clear txt name dot clear. We have to use this method txt father dot clear. After this txt mother dot clear, and after this we have datetime picker dob dot reset text. Clear only works on text boxes. In datetime picker and in combo boxes you have to use the reset text. So after dob we have mobile dot clear, and after this mobile we have txt gender dot reset text, and after this we have to change this txt email dot clear. After email we have txt blood group dot reset text because it's also a combo box, and finally we have city dot clear, and finally we have address dot clear. Okay, so now I'm going to start this and check that if it works or not. Just click on this and search for 6 and hit enter. Here you can see this. Now the data is filled, and when I clear this, everything is removed. Okay, so we want same on this reset button. So how to do that? For that, either you can copy this code, all code, and place it over there on the reset button, click, or you can do that. Just clear this text box. Okay, so just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and I want to clear this text box, and when you clear that all the data will automatically removed. So let me just do that. txt donor id dot clear. We have to do this. So just start this and see how it works. Here you can see this. When I click on this, I'm going to write 6 and search, and when I click on this, this will, in this button click, we have said that clear this text box, and in this for text change event of this text box, I have said that when this text box is null, we have to clear all these text boxes. So I'm going to click that, and this will do the remaining work. Okay, so let me close this, and we are rest with this update button query. Okay, so just move back to our project, and in this we have to just code for this update button. So just move back and just double click on this, and this will generate a click event for the update button. And in this you have to do is you have to do just one thing. What we have to write is string query. Okay, and in this you have to write the query, that is update query. Definitely we have to write that. Either you can do this in the two ways. Either you can directly concatenate the text box text into this string, or you can manually write all these into a single line. Okay, so I'm going to actually create a variable one by one, string first thing is nothing but okay. So now this will actually take this one is quite lengthy. For that I'm going to write directly inside this query. So query will be update new donor set dname. Dname is, let me show you, dname is this column name. We have to set that column, and in this we have to take the text from where we have to take that. We have to take that text from txt name, and we can't only mention this one, we have to mention dot text because we need the text from this text box. And after this we need to add in the same way. We have to write fname because after this we have fname. Here you can see this fname, and after that mname. So I'm going to write that fname equals single quotes and double quotes. Let me just keep a little bit of space, and then again single. So let me move this one to full screen, and let me just make this font enlarged so that you can easily see this. Okay. So now here you can see this. Now here you have to write this fname is in a string, so that's why single quotes is also there. Father name is txt father dot text, and after this we have, after fname we have mname equals single quotes, double quotes, double plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Txt mother dot text. Okay. And after this what you have to write is, so here what you have to do is, let me just exit this and let me start this once again, full screen. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after this over here, after fname mother name we have dop. So dop equals single, double, double, single, and within this double plus we have to write txt dop. Okay, sorry, dop dot text. We just move a little bit right side, and after this dop we have mobile. So mobile, and in mobile is actually in the bigint form, the database I've already shown you. So double quotes only, not add that single quotes. And with this txt mobile dot text we have to write this. Okay. And after this what we have to do is, after txt mobile we have gender equals, gender is in the string formats with that's why, and in this we have to write txt gender dot text. Just move a little bit right side, and after gender we have email. So let me make this small so that we can write much stuff on a single time. Okay. So after gender we have txt. Okay, sorry. After gender we have let me check the database. After gender we have email, blood group, city, and address. So I have to write these stuff for now. Just view and make this full screen. After gender we have email equals single, double, double plus, double, single. And this txt email dot text. After email we have blood group equals single, double, double plus, double, single. And then this txt blood group dot text, and after blood group we have city and address. So I'm going to write that city, sorry I missed the comma, city equals single, double, double plus, double, and single quotes. And within this txt city dot text. Okay, and finally we have address. It's DADDRESS. So make sure these these address name, this is the column name from the database. You make sure you write the same as in the database. So the address equals single, double, double, and single, and within this double plus, and you have to write txt address dot text, and our task does not end here. If you execute this query, then this will update each record in our database. Okay, so we have to use where condition, that where did, that is the ID of that donor, and we have to check that if match or not. So t plus, it's an integer type, so txt donor ID, that is entered by user dot text. So let me remove this space. Here you can see this. Okay, so now here you can see this, our query is ready. So we have to write only this much of query, and after that let me just move to the next line. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually, our function object is already created. Here you can see this function f and new function, so we don't need to create again the object. So I'm going to call the method that is function dot set data, because it's going to set the data. I've already created this method inside here, set data. Here you can see this, and this query with this method we can form these stuff. So insertion, deletion, and updation can form with this set data. We have to pass the query. It's expecting one string type value, so I have to pass the data inside this. So I'm going to pass this query, and after the updation, what I want is I want to load this form. Update donor details, and how to load this form. Just okay, sorry, details underscore load. Okay, sorry, we haven't created the load event of this form, so I'm going to create that. Just double click on this, and what I want is when this form load, I want to clear all the fields. So for that, I'm just going to clear the text field, as I've already shown you. Txt donor id dot clear. I'm going to use that, and I want to reload form here. When this form reloads, this will clear the text box, and when the text box, donor id text box, means that this text box will be cleared. When this text box will clear, all the text box will be cleared. Okay, so I'm going to write this under update donor details underscore load, and in this you have to pass two string. That is, first one is this, and there is two parameters actually. Okay, so now here you can see this. Now let me just execute this query and see if it works or not. Just start this, update details, and number 6, and search. Here you can see this, the blood group is A positive, and I'm going to just change this one to O negative. Here you can see this. I'm going to click on this update. Data process successful. When I click on OK, everything is clear. So just search 6 again and search. Here you can see this. Now we have 6 by default, 0, O negative. Let me just close this and show you all once again. So 6 and search. Here you can see this, now O negative. So I'm going to change this name from Rohit to Rohit Anand, and update this data. And you can see this, now the form reloads, and now again I search. Here you can see this, now we have Rohit Anand. So let me just show you this stuff in the database. So is that name is updated or not? Here you can see this. Now I'm going to execute this query once again. Here you can see this. Previously we have Rohit. Now I'm going to execute this once again. Here you can see this. Now it's Rohit Anand. Okay, so our task till here is done for this update donor. In the next video, I'm going to show you. Let me just show you. This is a complete project, and in next video, I'm going to show you how to code for this all donor details. Okay, so thanks for watching, guys, and please subscribe and hit the bell icon before you do some other activity. So thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this update detail form and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description and just check out the link. I have provided the link over there, or you can simply just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so just let me close this, and in this video I am going to show you how to design this all donor detail form, and here you can see this data grid view is filled with the data. So I'm going to show you how to do this all and how to actually work with this print. Here you can see this, when I click on this printing one document, it start printing the form. Okay, so I'm going to show you each of these stuff. So let me just close this first. Okay, let me move back to our project, that is blood bank video. We are working with that. So now first thing what we have to do is, let me just close these stuff. And let me add one form first of all. So right click on this and click on add, and after that we have to select the Windows form. Click on that, and here what we have to write is the form name all donor details, and hit enter, and it will add a new form. We just close this. After that, first thing what we have to do is we have to remove the border from this form. So for that, just go to properties, and in properties you have to change form border style. So just search for that. Here you can see this form border style, change from sizable to none. And after that, let me just copy the size of this form from this one. So let me just go to properties, and after that here you will find the size 720 and 533. So copy and paste it in the size of this form. So just go to size, and you have to select on paste and hit enter. So now this form is a little bit large. After this, what I need is I need to add background to this. So search for background image in the properties. Here you can see this background image. Just click on this, local resources, click on import. As I have already told you that whatever image I am using in this and all the icons I have already provided in the description. Link is in the description. Just go and download it and start coding with me. Just open and click OK. Here you can see this. Change this background image style from tile to stretch. After this, here you will observe one small stuff. This is a label, and this is line shaper. This is a data grid view, and these are button. So I'm going to add these stuff. So first thing, I'm going to add one label. So just drag and drop it label over here, and just change a few properties of this. First, I'm going to change the text. So that is all donor details. Hit enter. After this, here you can see this. You observe a background color that is a little bit white, off white. So I'm going to do that. Change that. Back color from here you can see this is set controller. Just change this one to transparent. Just click on this, select web, and there you will find transparent. Just click on that. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Now I'm going to copy the font of this one. So just go to properties, and let me just copy the size of this one. Okay. So Fusion 1 is the font which I'm using, bold and 20. So just go over here, select this, go to properties, search for font, and click on this small. Here you have to write Fusion 1 bold, and you have to select 20 and hit OK. Here you can see this. Now it's looking better. After this, we have one line. So let me just search for line. Here you can see this line shaper. Just drag and drop it over here, and you have to stretch this one like this, and this one this way. Okay, so now it's looking nice, and I don't want this perfect black. I want to just change the color. So border color, I want like this one, gray or silver, whatever it is. It's looking nice. Okay, after this, what we have to add is one date time picker. Sorry, data grid view. We have to add data grid view. So just drag and drop this data grid view over here. And after this, you have to make this data grid view large enough so that all the data filled and look perfectly nice. So like this, I'm going to design this much large. Let me copy this line once again and paste it over here. Here you can see this, it's in the background. So I'm going to drag this a little bit down. Okay, let me place this here. After that, we have two buttons. So let me add buttons. just drag and drop the one and just copy and paste to replicate the second one. Here you can see this. So I'm going to put this one on this side and this one on this side. So change this one to print and this one to close. After this, I'm going to add icons to these buttons. So just click on this, search for image, click on this image, local resources, click on import. Now after that, we have to use the print logo. Here you can see this print. Click on OK. Here you can see this, the image is in the background. So I want to change the image alignment from this one, clicking. If this is on your screen, just click OK and try again. You can do this. Just click on this. Here you can see this, now image is on the left, and make this button a little bit large. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the text alignment from middle center to middle right, and after that change the button size. You can see this, now it's looking nice. After this, we have to change the font of this button. So click on this font and select bold and hit OK. And let me change the flat style of this button. So change this one to pop up. Now it's look nice. In the same way we have to do for the close button. So change this first flat style from standard to pop up. After that font, let me just change this one to bold, and after that set the image. Just click on this, local resources, let me search for close, this one exit application, I'm going to use this one and hit OK. Change the image alignment from middle center to middle left, and after that text alignment from middle center to middle right, and make this one small like this. Okay. Now you're going to observe this, it's looking nice. Okay, so let me decrease the size of this button because it's quite large. Okay, now it's looking nice. Okay, here you can see this. After this, we have to change this button name. So it's btn2. So I'm going to change this one to btn close, and this one to btn print. Okay. So first thing what I want is when this form loads, this data grid view needs to be filled with the data. So before that, we have to connect this form with the dashboard. So how to do that? For that, just go to dashboard, just double click on this, and after that click on donor. Here you will find all donor details. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event, and here you have to create the object of that all donor detail add equals new add donor, sorry, all donor details like this, add dot show. And now when I click on that button, this will generate a, this will actually open this form. Okay, and let me just code for this one because we haven't any close button in this. So just double click on this, it will generate a click event. So this dot close, and let me just show you after executing this. Start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this form is on the screen, but you observe one small stuff, that is it's not on the center, so that's why it's not looking that much nice. So we have to change one property of this form. So just close this and just close this one too. Just move back over here to our all donor detail, and in this let me just make this downward, and after that close this, and we have to change one property of this form. So start position, you will find that here you can see this start position, change this one to center screen and save this, and now when you execute this will be in the center. Okay, so now we are ready to go. Now what I want is when this form loads, this data grid will needs to be filled with the data. Okay, so how to do that? Let me just make this a little bit small. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So to generate a form load event, you have to just double click on this form, and here you can see this all donor detail load event is generated. Here what I want is all the details from the donor. So as you all know that we have already created a function class, and in this I have created two methods, that is get data and set data, And in the get data, if you need the data, then we have to call the get data. So here you can see this, we need the data. Let me just close this. Here you can see this, we need the data, all data from the newDonor. So string, and we have to write query equals, and here which query we need to execute on the database to get the data. So select star from newDonor. As I have already shown you that my newDonor is a table name. So I'm going to execute this query, select star from newDonor, and we have to call the method. As I have already shown you right now that which method I have to call is get data. So before calling that method, we cannot directly call that method. We have to create an object of this function class. So I'm going to create that. Here you can see this. I'm going to create it over here. So function fn equals new function. I have written this created object over here so that in any class we can use that. Okay, so I'm going to call that function. So that function is going to return a data set. So I'm going to create a data set object first, sorry, data set variable ds equals, and here now we have to call the function. So fn dot get data is our function, and here you can see this when I write it, when I don't pass anything in this, it shows an error. Why this is because it's expecting an argument that is string type. So I'm going to pass an argument that is query. I have written query over here. Here you can see this. Now the error has been resolved, and after this now we have the data into the data set. Now we have to show that data into the data grid view. So let me just show that. So data grid view 1, our data grid view name is data grid view 1. Let me just show you. Here you can see this, the name is data grid view 1. So data grid view 1 dot data source dot data source equals ds dot tables, and in this you have to pass 0. Let me just execute this and see if the data is filled inside the data grid view or not. So just click on this. Okay, so we are still with some error. So newDonor. Okay, sorry. Here you can see this. I have written wrong table name actually. Okay, so I have to change that. So newDonor actually DONOR, and now start this once again. So be careful while writing the query so that you don't make any spelling mistake. Here you can see this. Now this data grid view is filled with the data, and now close is already working. So we have to work with this print, to print this document. So just close this and let me just show you how to print that data. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add a print document, this one. Just drag and drop it and place it over your form. Here you can see this. You will observe it in the below of your screen. Just double click on this and this will generate a print document, print page object like this. And here you have to write few lines of code, that is bitmap bm equals new bitmap, and in this you have to pass this dot data grid view 1 dot width comma this dot data grid view 1 dot height. You have to print this much of area, and after this you have to write data grid view 1 dot draw to bitmap, and in this we have to pass few arguments, that is bm, that for upper one, and bm, and in this new rectangle, and in this we have to pass 0, coordinates is actually 0 0, and after that this dot data grid view 1 dot width, and after this we have to pass this dot data grid view 1 dot height, and just close this. And after this we have to write one more line of code, that is nothing but e dot graphics dot draw image, and in this we have to pass bm comma 0 comma 0. Now that's it for this one. And now we have to code on this. Here you can see this, we have to code on this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a bdn print click, and we have to write one thing, that is nothing but print document1 dot print, and just start this and let's see if it's work or not. I'm going to open this. I'm going to click on this. So printing one document, there you can see this. You need a Microsoft account for that, just create. And after that, after login, you will find a stuff like this. Here you can see this. I have to print this one and click OK. Here you can see this. It's looking nice. We have to print like this. The data is over here. So this one is actually previously I have tried that, so that's why it's showing this. For now, here you can see this. This one is our current view on the data grid view. Here you can observe this. We have 1 2 3 4 1 2 4 5 6 1 2 4 5 6. Okay, so you have to just print this. Okay, so I hope you understand all this stuff. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you. Let me just show you that quickly. This one is complete project, so I'm going to start this one. And days and password is pass. Login. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code for this location and how to design this. Here you can see this. I can search from location like London and etc. etc. When I clean this, the data is filled with the original data. So I hope you like the video. If you really like this, then just hit the like button and please subscribe to my YouTube channel and stay tuned with us. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this all donor detail form. Here you can see this. When I click on this, all the details of the donor is visible, and here you can see this. This close button is working. So everything, backend coding and everything I have shown in the previous video. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for the previous video, or you can just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay. So in this video, I am going to show you how to search blood donor by location. Here you can see this location, city, and here you can see this US. So either I can write Patna. Here you can see this. When I write Patna, 2 users from the Patna is visible. You can search by city or you can search by address as well. So when I write US, there is only one person, that is Alok from the US. Here you can see this. It's from the second column. So in this way, so I'm going to show you this. So let me close this and let me move back to our form. That is, we are working with blood bank video. Here you can see this. So let me first thing what we have to do is we have to add new form to our project. Okay, so for that what we have to do is just go to Solution Explorer and right click on this and click on add, and after that you have to select this Windows form. When I click on this, this will open a dialog like this. Here you have to write the name which you want to give to your form. Okay, so I'm going to write search blood donor address and click on add, and this will add a form. So first thing what I want is the size of this form needs to be same as our previous project. So I'm going to just copy the size of that. Let me just close this. Just click on this. Let me just make this large. Size here you can see this 720, 533. So move back to our complete project. Just go to properties and there you have to put the size. Here you will find this and hit enter. After this we have to remove this border. So we have to do that. Border style, search for border, form border style actually. So form border style, here you can see this, set to none. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After this we have to set the image into the background. So I have already provided the link of images and icon I'm using in this project in the description. You can just go and download it from there. So let me set the background image. Here you can see this background image. Just click on this and select local resources and click on import. It will open your local computer directory. From there you can explore to the position or location where you have put your all your icons. Okay, so here I have the icon. So I'm going to use this, open and OK. After this, change this background image layout style from tile to stretch. Okay, after this, here you can observe this. What we have is one label, and this one is the second label, text box. This one is data grid view and two buttons. So I'm going to add these all stuff one by one. So let me move back to our project, and here we have to add first thing is nothing but label. So let me add few labels first. So first label, just copy and paste to replicate. Second label, and after that what we have is one text box. So search for text box, drag and drop with this text box over here, and after this we have one data grid view. So let me just drag and drop this data grid view over here, and let me make this large like this. And after this what we have is two buttons. So let me just drag and drop buttons over here, just copy and paste to replicate, and like this. After this, here you can observe one small stuff, that here is a line. You can observe this. So I'm going to put the line in this. So for that you have to search for line shaper, shape, and just drag and drop it. Here you can see this. Let me just make this line straight, do like I'm doing. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. So we have to make this one a little bit large. Just stretch it and it will increase its size by itself. And after that we have to change the color of this one. So just go and click on this border color and custom, and it's going to be like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to keep this on the three places. So copy and paste, and again what we have to do is we have to place it on the right position like this. So we will adjust the position later, so not to worry about that. So like this, I'm going to put in, finally we have these three. Okay, so let me make this a little bit more darker so that it look nice. Custom like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to change the text for this label. Just go to properties and find for text. Here you can see this, and in this we have to write nothing but search in the capital letter, search blood donor, and in bracket by address, and hit enter. Here you can see this. You can observe we have some background of this label, so we have to remove that. We have to make that transparent. So here you can see this back color. Search for back color in the properties of that label, and after that select this one, click on web. Here you will find the transparent on the first location. Click on that, and here you observe that now it's normal. Okay, so we have to change this font. So I'm going to copy the font of this one, and I'm going to actually copy the size of this font as well. So Fusion 1, here you can see this. Okay, so I have clicked on this small dot so that it will show me the font. Here you can see this Fusion 1. I'm going to copy this. You can manually write this, and bold, and it's of 20 size. So moving back to our project, click on this, and a small dot, and after that paste. Fusion 1 you can manually write. Just select this, bold, and size is nothing but 20, and hit OK. So here you can see this. Now we have this on the right place. After this we have to remove this one too. So the back color, first thing I'm going to remove this background color. So select web and transparent, and after that change the text to address, and after this I'm going to set image into this. So I'm going to set this search for image. Click on this, and it's by address. So I'm going to use the address icon, location this one, and click OK, and OK. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to click on this image align to left side, and after this what we have to do is we have to align the text. Here you can see this text alignment to right center. This one you have to select this box, middle right. Okay, and after this you have to change one property, that is auto size from true to false, and after this you can increase the size of this, and you have to do this stuff like this. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Okay, I'm going to increase the size of this font size of this label. So I'm going to increase it to 12 and bold as well. So hit OK. Okay, so 12 is quite large and I'm going to decrease the size. Okay, so regular. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Like this one. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to increase the font size of this 1, 2. Now it's looking better than before. I'm going to increase the size of this text box as well. So I'm going to click on this, select the text box, and after that select 12 and hit OK. So now this text box size will be increased. And after this, we have to change the buttons as well. So first thing what we have to do is we have to change the button name from this one to print actually, and this one to close. So just type close and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to set icons into this. So I'm going to set the image. Here you can see this image. Just click on this, local resources, import, and in this you have to search for this one, print, and open and OK. Change this image line from middle to left side, middle left actually, and let me just make this one a little bit large like this, and change this text alignment from middle center to middle right like this. And after that you can make this button small little bit, and after that change the flat style from standard to pop-up. And after this what we have to do is we have to change this back color from controller to transparent, and finally we have to do one more stuff, that is increase the font size to bold 10 and hit OK like this. So you can see this, now it's looking nice. And in the same way we have to do for this one too. So we have to change the text alignment from middle center to middle right, and after this change the font bold 10, OK, and flat style from standard to pop-up. Background color, just select web and transparent, and after this you have to set the image. So click on image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and you have to just select the close where it is, exit application. I'm going to use this and hit OK. Change this image align from middle center to left. Now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. So first thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name of this text box. So I'm going to right click on this, change this one to txt address, and this one, let me just leave this data gateway 1, and this one to btn print, and this one to btn close. So first thing I'm going to code for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a button click event, and here I'm going to do one thing, that is this dot close, and this will close the application. Now our form is ready. Now I'm going to attach this form with our dashboard. So before that I'm going to change one property of this form, that is start position. Here you will find this start position. I'm going to change this one from Windows default location to center screen, so that whenever I open this form, this will open in the center of the screen. So I'm going to open the dashboard now. So here this is the dashboard. Just double click on this and we have to connect this with this location. So just double click on this and this will open generate a click event for that. And after this you have to create an object. So search blood donor address. So SPA equals new search blood donor like this. So we have created the object of that form. And after this what we have to do is we have to write SPA dot show, and just like this. Now let me start this and check if it's working properly or not. So I have started the project. It will take a little bit of time. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to click on location and here you can see this, search blood donor. So here you can see this first thing. What I need is when this form load, this data grid view needs to be filled with the data. So I'm going to do that. First thing is that. So let me just close this dashboard and this one too. Okay. So here you can see this. So first thing what we have to do is on the load event, I want to this form needs to be filled with the data. So just double click on this form on the empty space so that click event will be generated. Sorry, load event will be generated. As you can see, this form load event is now generated. And after this, what we have to do is we have to write the query. Okay. So let me just write string query equals, and which query we want to write is I want all the data from the newDonor table. Okay. So select star from, and my table name is newDonor. I have already explained you that. Like this we have to write this. You can see this. Now our query is ready. So now what we have to do is we have to call a method. So calling a method, first what we need is we need an object for that. Function fn equals new function. Why I have created this? Because in the function table, sorry, function is a class. Here you can say this. I have already explained you that I've created a function class. In this I have created the connection and two methods, that is get data and set data. So here in the get data, it accept one argument, that is query, and this will return a data set. So what it will do is when you pass the query inside this, it will query that from the database after establishing the connection, and it will return the data which this method fetch from the database. So I have created that, and with this, here you can see this, that method is going to return a data set. So I'm going to create a data set object. So data set ds equals, and using this function object fn dot, I'm going to call get data, and inside this we have to pass the query like this. When you write this data set, this ds will be filled with the data which is being revert back, which is being returned from this method get data. And now finally what we have to do is we have to set this data to that this data grid view. So I'm going to do that. For that data grid view, this is the design name of that data grid view, dot data source and equals ds dot tables, and with this 0. And now when I start this and when I click on this, you will find that this is filled with the data. Here you can see this. Now what we have to do is we have to code for this one, print, and we have to code for this text change of this text box, and for this we have already coded that. So close and close this one too. And after this what we have to do is we have to code on this text change event. So let me close this. So let me make this little bit small and move this little bit downside so that it look nice and little spacious. Okay, so we have to code on the text change event of this text box. So right click, go to properties, select this event. Here you will find this text change. Just double click on this and it will generate a txt address text change event. Here what we want is when this text box is filled with some data, we have to fetch that data from this database actually. So we have to write the query. First we have to check that txt address, that is textbox.text, is not equal to null. First thing I want to check that. And after this what we have to do is we have to write the query. So string query equals, and in this what we have to do is we have to select star from newDonor, that is our table name, where city like, I hope you know what is like. If don't, then don't worry, I'm going to explain you everything. Like, and we have to take the text, we have to concatenate that text box with this. So txt address dot text, and we have to put here percent, or we are going to compare, we are going to filter the data on the basis of city as well as address. So anything match in the city column or in the address column, the data, all the data will be shown in the data grid view. So I'm going to check for 2, so I'm going to use this OR because we are going to check the 2 conditions. So address, like, again we have to write this plus plus, and this what we have to write is txt address dot text, and here we have to write percent, like this. So here what will it actually do it, select a star from newDonor. So it will select all the records from newDonor where city like means the matching character. Suppose I am going to write SA and after that percent, then what it means is in the city if there is SA or something like suppose in city I have written over there Bangalore or Patna, then if I write PA, so after that TANA it will percent, it means that anything after that character will be matched. Okay, so in the same way it will do for the address. So this city is the column name, and this address, actually it's the address in my column name in the database. Okay, now our query is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to create a dataset object because we have to call the function. So function dot get data, and in this you have to pass the query like this. And finally, when we have the value matching value with this query, we have to set that value to the data grid view 1. So data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables, and in this 0. And now let me start this and let me just execute this, it's working correctly or not. So just click on location. Here you can see this. I'm going to write Patna. Here you can see this. Now it's working fine. So here you can see this. You can observe one drawback is that when I clear this text box, I need all the data needs to be visible over here. So how to do that? For that, let me just close this and move back to our code. So here you can see this. We have code only for only when this text box is not empty. We have to code for the text box. What we have to do when this text box is empty. If, and I have just put else condition, it means that if condition will be executed when it is not empty, and else will be executed when it's empty. So here what we have to do is we have to just write the query. So when it's empty we need all the data, so select star from the table name, that is newDonor, and we have to get this data set ds equals function dot get data, and here you have to pass the query, and finally we have to set that into the data grid view 1. So data source equals ds dot tables, and we have to write this 0 like this, and just start this. Here you can see this. When I click on this, and here you can write something, and when I clear this, now this all the data is visible into this data grid. So now we have left with one step, that is print. So in previous video I have already shown you how to code for that. So I'm just going to copy and paste that code, not to worry about that. First thing what we have to do is just go to toolbox and search for print. Here you can find this print document, just drag and drop it over here, and after this what we have to do is we have to copy that code. So let me just, here you can see this all donor detail in print button. Here you can see this. We have to just copy this line of stuff and just move back, and you have to write, just double click on this to generate a click event, and also we have to do one small stuff that is nothing but, here you can see this, just double click on this, it will also generate a event, and here you have to just paste it from the previous one. So after this what we have to do is we have to just move back to our all donor detail, and we have to just copy this and move back, and we have to just paste it over here, and now we are ready. So just start this and let's see if it's working or not. Just go to go to search blood by donor and click on print. Okay, printing one document. So now it's working. So that's it for for this video, guys. So thanks for watching. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. And just stay tuned for more videos and just keep supporting and keep loving us. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with blood bank management system, and in previous video I have shown you how to design and code for this search blood donor by address, and I have already shown you how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so let me just close this and let me show you what I am going to show you in this video. So in this video I am going to show you search blood donor by blood group. Here you can see this. When I write A and positive, here we will find two donors with the A positive blood group. Here you can see this. Either you can write in the capital or small, they will be searched. So I am going to show you how to design this and how to backend code for this. So let me just close this and let me move back to our project, that is blood bank video. Okay, so in this what we have to do is, first thing we need to add a form. So right click on this on the solution explorer and click on add, and after that select this Windows form. Just click on this, and after this what we have to do is we have to name this form with something, and what we have to name is search donor by, let me just type by blood and hit add, and this will add a new form into your project. And after this, first thing what I need is I want to remove the border. Here you can see it is this close button and etc. So how to do that? For that, just right click and go to properties. In properties, search for, let me just search for form border style. Here you can see this sizeable. Just change this one to none, and here you can see this. Now this border has been removed. After this we have to make the same size as we have done in the complete project. So let me move back to our complete project, and here you can see this search blood donor by blood group. So right click and go to properties, and let me just copy the size of this from here, and I'm going to paste it over here. So just go to properties of this form and just paste, or you can manually write 720 and 533. Here you can see this. Now this form has been enlarged. So now what we have to do is we have to add one background color or background image to this form. So as I have already told you that for all images and icon I have already provided link in the description. Just go and download it, and after that start coding with me. So now I'm going to set the background image. So here you will find this background image in this form property. Just click on local resource, click on import, and this will open your local directory. And there you have to search the image, all page background image, and just click on open and click on OK. After this you have to change this property, that is background image layout, from tile to stretch. So now it's looking nice. After this what we have to do is we have to add few stuff, that is, here you can see this label, another label, this one is a text box, this is a data grid view, and two buttons. So I'm going to add these all stuff one by one. Okay, so first thing I'm going to add one label. Just drag and drop it over here, and after this change this name. So what is actually the name is search blood donor, and in bracket we write blood group and hit enter. Here you can see this. Now you observe one small stuff, that something is actually fading the color, background color. It have some background color, so we have to change that. So we will find the back color. Here you can see this controller, change, click on this small arrow, and after that you have to select this web, and first thing what you find is transparent. Just click on this. After this we have to change the font and as well as font size. So for that just go to font and just click on this. It's taking a little bit of time. Just copy this and bold and 20 the sizes. Let me just set that to this one. Move back to our project on which we are working. So just go to properties and search for font. Just click on this arrow, and here you have to write this Fusion 1. Just click on this, bold, and size is 20. So I'm going to write this manually and hit OK. So here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. And after this, you observe that we have two little gray lines, and in between that we have these labels and text boxes. So I'm going to add that. So first I'm going to add one line. So line shaper, just drag and drop it over here. And I have to put this like this one. Okay, so you have to just click on this, and after that just stretch like this. Okay, and move this little bit down, and let me just change the color of this one. So just click on this, and after this border color, just click on this custom and gray like this. Now it's looking nice. Just copy and paste, because we need total 3. In between this there will be a text box, and below here after this we have buttons. Okay, so now I'm going to add one text box and label. So just drag and drop one label and text box. Just drag and drop it over here. You can see this. After this, let me just change the name of this text box. So change this one to blood group and hit enter. And we have to remove the background color. So just click on this back color, select web transparent, and after that increase the font size. And before that we have to change this auto size true to false. I will explain you why. And after this, here you can observe one small stuff. We have a small image icon is there. So I'm going to add that. For that, just go over here and search for image. Just click on this, local resource, import, and select this one, blood group, and open and hit OK. You can see this. Now it's in the center. So I want this one to in the middle left. So just click on this. If this pop-ups on your screen, just not to worry, just click on OK and try again. It will be done. You can see this. It's middle center. So I want middle left. So just click on this and just move this one like this. After this, you observe that text is still over that image. So we have to change the text alignment from top left to middle right like this, and make this little bit small. So I have changed that this property. Let me just show you auto size, so that we can make it large and small as per our requirement. And let me just change the font size of this label. So I want this one to be of 10 and bold as well. So click OK. And now here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. And let me just set the border style of this form. Okay, so here you can see this. This label border style is little bit like inside and out. So I'm going to do that. Just click on this and search for border style. Here you can see this, and select fix 3D. So now you can observe that it's looking like it's in the depth. Okay, so let me just make this little bit more large like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After this, we have to change this text size of this one. So just right click and go to properties and change this one to 10 and hit OK. So now the text box size is also increased. After that, we have to add a data grid view. So search for data grid view and just drag and drop it over here. And after this, we have to make it large as per our requirement. So I'm going to enlarge it as I have the space. So this much space I have. After this, we have to add few buttons, 2 buttons. So just let me drag and drop few buttons. So one button is there for print, and another button just copy and paste to replicate, and change the text over it. So first button is nothing but print, and second one is close, and hit enter. After this we have to change few properties, that is text alignment from middle center to like this. And after this, let me just set the background image. Just click on this, local resource, import, and search for print. Here you can find this and open. Hit OK. Tile, change this one tile to, sorry, we don't need to change that. We have to change, sorry, I have set the background image, so that's wrong. So we have to actually set the image actually. Just click on this, local resource, import, go down, and you will find this print, open, hit OK, and change this image align property from middle center to middle left. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After this you have to change the flat style from standard to pop-up, and you have to change one more thing, that is back color from controller to transparent. Now our button look nice. Few things still we have to change, that is font size. So make this one bold and 9 and hit OK. So now here you observe this, it's looking nice like this. So now this button look nice. In the same way we have to do for the close button. So first thing we have to change this flat style from standard to pop-up. Before that we have to change the back color, to change this one to web and transparent. And after this what we have to do is we have to set the image. So image, just click on this, import, and just select the close one. Let me just find for that exit application. So just open, OK, middle center to its middle left, and after this change this font from normal to bold and 9, OK, and change this text alignment to middle right like this. And let me just make this one large like this. So now it's looking nice. So first let me just code for this close button. Just double click on this. Okay, sorry, we haven't changed the design name for that, so let me just remove that event for now. Okay, so what we have to do first thing is we have to change the design name for these text boxes and button as well. So this text box name is text box 1, so I'm going to change this one to txt search blood. Okay, search blood, and just hit enter. So for this print button we have to change this one to ptn print, hit enter. Change this one to btn close, hit enter. Just double click on this, and here you can see this btn close click event is generated. So first thing I want to this dot close, and now what we have to do is we have to connect this form with the dashboard. So before that we have to change this one small property of this form. So that is nothing but start position. I want this form needs to be open in the center of the screen, so for that start position is center screen. Just save this and open the dashboard panel, dashboard form actually. Just double click on this and our dashboard is open. So we have to connect this form with this blood group. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event for that. So search donor by blood sd equals new search donor by blood like this, and after that sd dot show, and just start this and let's see if it still work or not, because it's taking a little bit of time. Now it's open. So here you can see this, when I click on this blood group, now this form pops up in the center of the screen and now everything is working fine. So now what I need is when when this form loads, this data needs to be filled with the data grid view. Data grid view needs to be filled with some data, so I'm going to do that. So just close this and close this one too. Let me just close this dashboard because for now we don't need this dashboard. So we have to code on this form load event. So just double click on the empty space and this will generate a form load event. So first thing what I need is when this form load, I want this data grid view to be filled with the data. So I have already explained in previous video that I have already created a class with the name function. Let me close these few stuff. So here you can see this. We have this function. In function, I have created two methods, that is get data and set data. So here what I need is, we need to extract the data from the database. So in this method, we need to pass one query. If you have not watched my previous video, then I will suggest you that please watch my previous video. In previous video, I explained how to design this method, how to create a class, and how this will work. So simply understand this. When we pass a query to this get data, it will return a data set with which contain the data for which we executed the query. Okay, so here you can see this. First thing what we have to do is we have to write a query. So I'm going to create an object string query equals, and this we have to write the query. So let me make this public so that anyone can use this. We don't need to declare it this one each time. And before that, we have to create an object of this function so that we can call the method with the help of that function. So function fn equals new function, like this. And now we have the function on place, and we have a variable with the string type, and here you can see this. So if we declare this variable over here, then each time we have to execute this query, we have to write something, then we have to declare this string variable each time. So I have declared it outside, and we can use this one. Okay, so string, we need all the values. Select star from our table name is newDonor. I've already explained you. If you have not watched my previous video, then just please watch my previous video. After that, you can continue with this one. After this, we have to call that method. So fn dot, and what is the method name? Get data, because we are going to extract that data, and this we have to pass the query. Now here you can see this. Now this will run fine, but we don't get any data. So it will return a data that is of type data set. So we have to store that into a data set. So I'm going to create a variable of data set type. So data set, and let me just name this one ds. So now when we call this method get data, it will return a data set, and this will be stored into the data set ds. Now we have the data. So what we have to do is we have to set that data into the data grid view. So data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables, and in this you have to pass 0 because we have only one table. Now let me start this and check that if that data grid view is filled with the data or not. So just click on this, and here you can see this. Now this one is filled with the data. So now we have to code for this print button and for this search. Here you can see this. When I write a plus, nothing happens. So we have to do that. For that, we have to code on the text change event of this text box. So right click, go to properties, click on this and search for text change. Here you will find this. Just double click on this, and it will generate a text change event. And check that if text box is not empty, so txt search blood dot text is not equal to null, then we have to perform few operations. That is what we have to write a query again. So we have declared this variable outside, so that's why I have not to declare it again. So directly I have to write the query. So here what we need is we need to extract those data which matches from the text box. Okay, select a star from newDonor where blood group, this blood group, why I have written it over here, because this is the column name in my database. Okay, so if your name in the database for the blood group is different, so you have to mention that. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, then please watch my previous video, and if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please share with your friends too. Okay, after this what we have to do is where blood group like, and we have to match that with nothing but the text box. So txt search blood dot text. So here you can see this, why I have written the single quote then double quote, because it's a string type. If you have to mention a integer type, then you have to just exclude this single quotes, and when you have to write pass in a string value, then you have to pass this single quotes with that. And this plus is for concatenation, because we are concatenating with these values with the string, that's why. And we have to write one small stuff before this one is nothing but %t. Sorry, we have to simply write %. It means that anything after this text box will be matched, needs to be I need that data. Okay, so after this we have to again create a variable of data set equals, and we have to call that method function dot get data, and in this we will pass the query. And after this we have to set that value to data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables, and in this we have to pass the 0 and just start this, and we will find that. Now we can search the value actually. Here you can see this, when I write a plus for a, every user is visible. When I write 0 or o, here you can see this, o negative are visible. I write b, here you can see this, for b positive is visible. But here we have one small problem. So when I delete this and nothing change, what I want is when this text is removed, then I need all the data in this data grid view. For that, here we have checked for this that this text box not needs to be null. So here we have to code for else, that when it's null. So when it's null, what we need is, we need this to be filled with all the data. So how to do that? For that, select star from new donor, and we have to pass this query into this function dot get data, and inside this we have to pass the query, and now we will get the value like this, data source, set the value actually ds dot tables, and in this we have to set this one, and just start this, and let's see if it works or not. So you can see this, when I write a plus and when I delete this, all data are back. So now all the task is done till here. Now we have to code for this print. So for print I have already shown you how to code for that, so I am going to just copy and paste that code. So just move back to our design part, and here we have to add one more stuff, that is print document. Just drag and drop it, and here we will find this. And after this what we have to do is we have to just double click on this, and it will generate a method like this, and then within this you have to pass few method. So let me just copy that code, because this is the wrong form, all donor detail. Just double click on this, and here just copy this one from your previous code and just paste it over here, and on this button click, let me just show you. So here you can see this, when just double click on this and it will generate a click event, and here you have to write nothing but print document dot print. That's it. Now let me just start this blood group A positive, and when I click on print, printing one document, so I'm going to cancel this. Okay, so it's working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this increase. Okay, sorry, this is an incomplete project, so let me move back to our complete project, that is blood management. Let me just start this and let me show you in the next video what I'm going to show you. Here you can see this, when I click on this increase, this form open. Here you can see this, with this you can select the blood group like this, and you can increase as per your requirement. Okay, so I hope you like the video. Please hit like button and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with blood bank management system, and in previous video I have shown you how to design this search blood donor by blood group. Here you can see this. And also I have shown you how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for my previous video, or you can just click on the right side of your screen of the suggestion. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how to code for this increase. When I click on this stock increase, here you can see this form open, and when I click on this, I can select A plus or how much unit I want to increase, like 1. Here you can see this A plus is 104, so I'm going to increase it and click OK. Here you can see this, it's 105 now. So I'm going to show you how to design this form and how to backend code for this. So let me just close this and move back to the project where we are working on. So we are working with blood bank video, so this one is over here. Now what we have to do is we have to add new form. First thing we have to do, just add new form. So right click on this, click on add, select Windows form, and just name it whatever you want. So I'm going to name it stock increase and hit add, and it will add a new form. Here you can see this. Now first thing what I want is I want to remove the border from this form. So let me just make this a little bit large. After that, just go to properties of this form, and there you will find a form border style. You have to change that form border style. Here you can see this, just change this one to sizeable to none, and now it will look nice. In the same way, we have to copy the size of this form from the previous one, so this one. So I'm going to copy the size of this form. Copy this, just go over here, go to properties, search for size. You can see this size, and just type it or save it, 720, 550. Now I'm going to set a background image for this form. So for that, just search for image. Here you can see this background image. Just click on these three dots and click on local resources and click on import. As I have previously told you that all images link is in description. Go and download and start coding with me. Just hit OK, and here you can see this. Now the image is set, and you have to change one more property, that is background image layer from tile to stretch. Now it's nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few stuff to this form. Let me just see. Label. After this is a line shaper, and these are label, combo boxes, again label, combo boxes, button, and this is the data grid view. In the same way, we have these stuff, few more buttons. So I'm going to add these all stuff one by one. So I'm going to add a label, just drag and drop it over here. Right click, go to properties, change this one to stock bracket increase, and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to remove the background color. So it has some background color that is a little bit off white, so I'm going to change that back color. From controller, select this web and select transparent, and now you can see the background color has been removed. After this, what I want is I want the font needs to be same of this one. So just go to properties and let me just copy the font size and font style too. So font is Fusion 1 and bold and 20. So I'm moving back to our project. Just select this, go to properties, search for font. Here you can see this. Just click on these small dots. After this, you have to write here Fusion 1, select this one, bold, and size is 20, and hit OK. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. After this, we have one line shaper. So I'm going to add that. Just drag and drop it over here. And drag this from the second end like this. Move this little bit downside. So now it's looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one a little bit. So I'm going to change that color. So context color, from go to custom and select this one. Okay, so it's not silver, so I will select this one. In the same way, we have to copy this because we need two more, one here over here and one over here. Okay, after this we have to add few labels and buttons here. So label, just drag and drop it. I need two labels, so that's why I'm copying and paste it once again to replicate. And after that I need two combo boxes, just drag and drop it. Okay, so it's over here, so let me just move this one to proper position and copy and paste once again. And I need few buttons, so I need button, search for button, drag and drop it over here. Copy and paste to replicate. I need two more button, that is close and print. Now we have to add one more thing, that is data grid view. So let me just drag and drop it over here. And let me stretch this. So now we have this stuff ready. So we have to change the style and font as well. So this one is nothing but blood group. So change the text first. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the font size as well and the back color. So back color is controller. So select web and select this transparent. And after this, what we have to do is we have to increase the font size. Just click on this, bold and 10. Okay. And now we have to do one more stuff, that is border style of this label. Let me search for that, where it is. Here you can see this border style. Just select this to fix 3D, and now we'll see this. Now it's looking nice. And if you want to make changes like increase the width or height, so you have to just change few property, that is auto size, change this one to false. And after this you can actually increase this from top or left, anywhere whatever you want, like this. And change the image line to center, sorry, text line. Click OK, not to worry, just like this. And now you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Let me just add icon to it, because it's a blood group. So I'm going to add an image. Just click on this, local resources, import blood group, open, and hit OK. And just change this one to middle center to left, like this, and make this a little bit large. And now you can see it's looking much better than before. So in the same way we have to do for the second label. The second label is nothing but units. Just text, change the text to unit. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change this auto size to false. And after that, change this back color from controller to web and transparent as well. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the font. Just click on this, bold and 10, and hit OK. And now you have to make this one large little bit, like this, and change the text alignment to center, like this. And after this we have to change the border style. So let me change this one to border style none to fix 3D. And now you can see this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way, increase the font of these two combo boxes as well. So select 2 by pressing the Ctrl key, and after that change the font, search for font and click on that, and after that select 10 and hit OK, and move this one in parallel with the labels. Okay, so now it's looking nice. We have to change a few more stuff with these combo boxes. Let me just do that. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to change this one with few properties, and like this. First thing we have to change that the format. Let me just search for that. There is an option for changing this. Here you can see this drop down style. Change this drop down style to drop down list. While we have the drop down, we can manually write something inside that, but we don't want that. We want only list, so that user can only select, not write manually anything inside that. The same way we have to change for the unit drop down style from drop down to drop down list. Now it's looking nice. After this, we have to change this button as well. So go to properties, and here we have to set increase. After this, what we have to do is change the text alignment from middle center to middle right, because we have to set the image into this. And let me change few properties from the top. So first thing, I want this back color needs to be transparent. So just click on that, select web and transparent. After this, we have to change this flat style from standard to pop-up. After that, we have to change the font. So just click on this, bold 10, and hit OK. And now we have to add the image icon into this. Just click on this, search for image. Here you can see this image. Just click on this, local resources, import, and we have an increase inc image. Just click OK, OK, and change this image line from middle center to middle left. And now you will find this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way, we have to do for these two buttons as well. Just click on this one. This button is nothing but print, and this one is close. Change the properties of this button. So I'm going to do that from the top. First thing, I want to change the back color from controller to transparent. After this, what we have to do is change the flat style from standard to pop-up. Select the font and change the font as well, bold and 10, and hit enter. After this, we have to set the image. Just click on this, local resources, import, print, open, OK, and we have to change the image line from middle center to, let me just change this one to middle center to middle left. And after this, we have to do one more stuff, that is text align from middle center to middle right. And now our button is ready in the nice look. Here you can see this. Now it's looking in the same way we have to do from the top. So first thing, change the back color. Just click on this, web, transparent, and after this we have to change the flat style. Click on this, pop up, font, just select this, bold and 10, and hit OK. Select the image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and let me just search for close, where it is, this one, open, OK. Change this image line from middle center to middle left. Change the text line from middle center to middle right, like this. And now our button is ready. So first thing, what we have to do is we have to code for this button. So before coding on anything, we have to change the name, design name actually. So first thing, I'm going to change the design name of this one. So just right click and go to properties. So combo box 1. So I'm going to name this txt blood group, hit enter, and this one to txt units, enter, and this changes button name to btn increase, this one to btn print, hit enter, this one to btn close, hit enter. Now first thing, I'm going to add few stuff into this. Okay, so before that, let me just change few properties of this form and connect this form with the dashboard. So currently this form is not connected with the dashboard, so I'm going to do that first. So first thing, what I want is when this form loads, this form needs to be open in the center. For that, just go to properties of this form and change the start position from Windows default location to center screen. Here you can see this. Now first thing, I'm going to code for this close button, because when this form open we need to close this, and here you can see this, I have removed the default close button over here. So first thing, I have to close on this button. So just double click on this and button close, click event is generated, and in this click, what I want is this dot close. That's it. We have to write for that close button. That's it. After this, what we have to do is, let me just do these stuff for now. We have to actually code on dashboard. So just open the dashboard over here, and you can see this in the stock. We have this increase button. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event for that. And here we have to create an object of stock increase form si equals new stock increase. Like this, you have to write like this, si dot show. And now let me just start show you that if it still work or not. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to click on this. Here you can see this. Now I click on this and here you observe this form is open. So here we have one problem, that is this data grid view is not filled with the data. What I want is this data grid view needs to be filled with the data, and I want some data inside this because we cannot write manually anything inside this. So all possible blood groups needs to be filled into this, and how much unit I want to increase needs to be over here. So I'm going to fill some data inside this. So let me just close this for now. And let me just close this dashboard as well. And now I'm going to add few data. So let me just copy the all possible blood group already I have added inside this. Just click on this edit item, just copy. You can manually write this. Click on this edit items. I'm going to paste it over here. You can just pause the video and manually write it, or you can just search it, search on Google and just copy it from there and hit OK. Now the items, all the blood groups are now added into this combo box. In the same way, we have to add the units. Just click on this edit items like this. So let me just copy this one from here too. And hit OK. So now our items are added. Now let me just start this and show you that if that combo box contains some data or not. Here you can see this. When I click on this, we have now all blood groups and how many units we want to increase till 10, like this. Okay. So now our task till here is done. So before fetching the data from the database and showing into this data grid view, first thing what we need is one table. For this, we don't have created any table for now. Now I'm going to show you which query you have to execute. You have to execute this query. Here you can see this create table stock PID int not null intent 1 comma 1 primary key. This is actually a primary key and it's auto incremented. To auto increment, you have to write like this, and this primary key is to define that this column is actually a primary key. So blood group is varchar and size is 50 not null, quantity varchar 50 not null. So you have to execute this, and after this what you have to do is you have to insert into stock and you have to set this column blood group and quantity, and values is a plus and 100. By default you have to insert this one by one like this. Let me just show you like this, and you have to change this one to A to O and this one to B, this one to AB and this one to a negative. Like this you have to execute this query one by one, so that by default 100 will be available for each blood group in the database. Okay, so I'm not going to execute this because I already have 100, and the more data is because I have increased that. So you have to execute this all. So I'm going to put this query into the description of this video. You can just go and copy it up from there, or you can manually write this by pause this video and just write this. So now I'm moving back to our project. So here you can see this. First thing what I want to do is when this form load, this data grid needs to be filled with the data. So just double click on this and this will generate a load event for that form. So in this you have to write the query. So let me just take a local variable type string and query, so that anyone can use a single variable multiple time, and we have to create an object of that function class fn equals new function. In previous video I have already shown you in the function class we have defined two methods, that is get data and set data. With the help of that we can extract the data or insert the data or update the data. Okay, So here in the form load, what I want is that all data from the database from that table. So we have to write the query first, query and equals, and here you have to write the query in string format. Select blood. We need only 2 columns. I don't need the ID for that column. So blood underscore group, comma, quantity from stock. Our table name is stock. These two are actually the column name of my table, that is stock. Now we have to pass that value into the method. So I'm function dot get data, and in this we have to pass the query. So our task till here is not done, because when we call this method get data with this query, this will return some data of the data set type. So we have to make a variable for data set type, so data set ts, and we have to store the returned value into this ts. Now we have the value into this data set. So now we have to show that value into data grid view. So data grid view 1 dot show, data grid view 1 dot data source, and here you have to write ts dot tables. You have to write this one. Now start this and let's check that if that column or combo box, data grid view. Here you can see this data grid view is now filled with data, but we have one small issue, that this data grid view is not filled like this. Here you can see this, it's not looking nice. So I want this data grid view needs to be visible in this way so that it look nice. So let me change few properties of this data grid view. So just click on this and we have to change one property, that is nothing but, so we have to change this properties auto size columns mode, just change this one none to fill. And now just start this and check that if that combo box is filled with all the width or not. Just click on this. Here you can see this. Now the columns are stretched and fill in a proper way. So now it's looking nice. So now what we have to do is we have to code for this one like this. When I click on this increase button, this will increase the quantity of this selected blood group. So what we have to do is, let me just close this form, and we have to just click on this button to generate a click event. Bigint increase click event is generated. Again we have to write the query. So query equals, and we have to write update stock set quantity and we want to increase in the existing quantity. We don't need to set the new value. If we set quantity equals whatever the value is user selected from the combo box, then it will replace the 100 with 1 or 2 or whatever you selected in the combo box. But we want to increase that. For that we have to write like this. Set quantity equals quantity plus, and it's an integer type, so that's why I'm going to put a single column txt blood group, unit. We have to set this unit dot text plus and double quotes, and after this where we have to check that which blood group needs to be increased. So blood underscore group equals, it's a string type, so double plus like this, and here we have to mention txt blood group dot text, and here we have to finally close this. Now here what the hell we are doing is update stock set quantity is equal to the existing value plus which user has selected from that combo box, where blood group is selected, where the user has selected the blood group, and we have to pass this because we have to execute this query. So we have to write only one thing, that is function dot set data. It's a function object is fn dot set data, and we have to just pass this query, and this set data will not return anything, so we have to just write this in just simply like this. And now let me just start this. You can see this, increase this, select a blood group Here you can see this B positive is 100. So I'm going to select this B positive and increase this by 2. So it will be 102 B positive. Just increase this and click OK. So here you can see this. Now this B plus is not increased. Actually, it's increased in the background, and it's not showing for now because we have to load this form again to show that. Here you can see this. Now B positive is 102. So now for now what we want is, when I upgrade this or increase the value, at the same time we have to change that value. So how to do that? For that we have to reload the form. Here you can see this. In the form load event, we have said that to load the data and set that data into this data grid view. So I'm going to call this form load event over here on the button click event. So we have to write like this: stock increase underscore load. If you use this ctr in space, this will auto complete this, and we have to pass two values, that is object sender, so this, and we have to pass null in the second parameter. And now when you increase, it will automatically show you that stock increase. Here you can see this, just a plus, or let me just increase this b plus 102, and now I'm going to increase this one by 1. So increase, and here you can see this. Now it's 102, and I'm going to click on OK, and it will be changed to 103. Here you can see this. Now it's 103 at the same moment. So how this is happening, and here you can observe one small stuff is that message box is showing up. We haven't code for that message box for now. So where this message box is coded, this message box is coded inside this function table, sorry, function class. In this, here you can see this set data. In the set data, this method is used for insertion, deletion, and updation. So we are doing is updation. So here you can see this. In the last, we have a message box. After this, when you click on OK, this will move back to over here, and this load the form, and now the data is upgraded. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I am going to show you how to code for this one. Let me just show you. Just start this. This is a complete project. And log in. Here you can see this. I have done till over here. The next video, I'm going to show you how to code for this decrease. Here you can see this. We have increased the B positive by 3. Today I'm going to decrease this by 3. So decrease this, and okay, here you can see this. Now it's 100. So in the next video I'm going to show you this. So stay tuned and just subscribe to my YouTube channel, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with blood bank management system, and in previous video I have already shown you how to design and backend code for this increase button. Here you can see this. When I click on the increase button, this form pop up, and when you select this, and you can increase a positive or anything like a b negative by 1. I'm going to increase it by 1, and here you can see this. Now it's 106. So in last video I have shown you. If you have not watched my previous video, just go to description, check the link, or you can just simply click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. So in this video I am going to show you how to design for this decrease button. When I click in, here you can see this. Now AB negative is 106, and I want to decrease it by 6. So I'm going to select that and decrease. Here you can see this. Now it's 100. So I'm going to show you and how to backend code for these buttons as well. So let me just close this and move back to our project. So actually we are working with blood bank videos. So here we are, and so first thing what we have to do is we have to add one form. For that, just go to Solution Explorer, right click on the project name, and after that click on this add, select Windows form, name it as per you want. So I'm going to name it stock decrease and hit enter. It will add a new form, and I want the form of this same size. So just click on this and copy the size from here, 720 and 550. Right click, go to properties, change the size, hit enter, 720, 550. Now what I want is I want to remove the border of this form. So for that, just right click and go to properties. Select this form border style from sizable to none, and here you can see this. Now the border has been removed. Now we have to set the background image. For that, just go to properties, search for background image, click on this, click on local resources, click on import, select this image and open and hit OK. Change this one from tile to stretch and now it looks nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few labels. So let me add label first. Just drag and drop this over here. We have to change the text of this label from label 1 to stock in bracket decrease and hit enter. Here you can observe one small stuff is that behind this label we have some background. I don't want that. For that, just select the back color, click on this, select web and transparent. Now it's looking nice. Now we have to change the font of this. So click on this, select the font you want. So I want this Fusion 1. Just click on this, bold, and the size needs to be of 20. So hit OK. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. After this, we have to add few more stuff, that is line shaper. First I'm going to add that. Just drag and drop it over here. We just stretch this from both the side. Change the color of this one. Just select this, change border color, click on this, custom, and select this one. And we need 3, so copy and paste once again. Here in between we have to add few labels and combo boxes. So I'm going to bring the label first, just drag and drop it, copy and paste, and after this we need few combo box, drag and drop this, copy and paste to replicate, and after this we need data grid view. So data grid view, drag and drop it over here. I need few buttons, drag and drop it. I need one button here, copy and paste, one over here and one more over here. Let me move this line a little bit downside. Let me stretch this. Okay. So now we have to change the style of these labels. So this one is blood group. This one is units. Let me just change the background color from the top. So back color, click on this, web, transparent. Do same for this one. After this, we have to increase the font size of these two labels. So press the Ctrl key and select both. After this, we have to change one more stub. That is border style. Here you can see this is border style. Change this one to fixed 3D. So you can see this, now it's looking nice. And if you want to set the icon inside this blood group, so you have to change this one to auto size. You have to turn this one false, and after this you have to insert the image, click on this, open, hit OK, change this image align to left side and change the text line to right side like this and make this one a little bit large. And now it's looking nice. Change its property to from auto size to false. And change the text alignment to middle center, top left to middle center like this. And we have to change the font size of these combo boxes as well. So right click and go to properties, select this font, make this one 10, and same for the second box. Select both and make it large like this and move these little bit on left side and change this button text and style, and let me set the image for this button. So this is decrease. After this, change this text align from middle center to middle right. Move back to the top. Change the back color from controller to transparent. After this, change this flat style from standard to pop-up. Change this font to 9 and bold. Select the image, click on this, local resources, click on import, decrease and open and hit OK. Change this middle center to middle left and increase this button size. Like this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to do for these two buttons as well. Just click on this, change this one to print, change this one to close. Okay, so now I'm going to work with this print. Move back to the top on the properties section, back color, web transparent. After this, flat style is standard to pop up. Change the font, bold and 9. Set the image, local resources import, open and OK. Change the image line from middle center to middle left and change the text line from middle center to middle right. Here you can see this. Now this button is looking nice. In the same way we have to do for the close button. Just go to properties, move back to the top, change the back color from controller to transparent, web and transparent. Select this flat style from standard to pop up. Increase this font, bold and 9. Hit OK. Set the image, local resources import, open, hit OK. Image line, change this one to middle left. Change the text line from middle center to middle right and adjust it like this. So now it's looking nice. So now we have to connect this form with that dashboard button. So what we have to do is just go to properties, and what I want is we have to change this start property of this form. Right click on the blank space, go to properties, change the start position from Windows default location to center screen, so that when we click on that button, this form needs to be appear in the center of the screen. Now we have to change few properties like name of this button. So I'm going to change that first, btn close, and just double click on this. This will generate a click event, and I want to write this dot close over here because I want to close this form. Okay, now I'm going to attach this form with the dashboard. Let me open the dashboard for now. Just double click on this. Dashboard is open over here. Click on stock decrease, double click on this decrease button. So our form name is stock decrease sd equals new stock decrease and sd dot show. So now we have successfully connected our form with the dashboard. Now let me just start this and see if it's working or not. As you can see this, I'm going to click on this. Now it's open. Here you can see this. We can manually write something in this. We don't want that. What we want is when I click on this, it load with the all possible blood groups, and we need to load all the units. So let me just do that quickly. So let me close this and this one too. Let me remove this because we don't need this right now. So we have to change few properties of this combo boxes. Just go to properties of this, right click and go to properties. And you have to change this drop down style from drop down to drop down list. Same for the second box, drop down list. And we have to add few stuff inside this drop down, edit items, and we have to add all possible blood groups. So let me move back to our complete project and let me copy these from here. Copy, and let me move back over here. Just click on this, edit items, paste it, or you can manually write it like this and pause the video and write it. Okay, in the same way we have to do over here, edit item, and just move back over here, edit items, copy and paste it over here, -1 and okay, because we want to decrease those data. Okay, so now let me just start this and see if this combo box is filled with data or not. Here you can see this. Now I can't write anything inside these combo boxes. We can just click on this and it will open a drop down like this. Okay, so now what I need is, when this form loads, this data grid we need to be filled with the data. So let me just do that. So before doing that, I want to change the design name of these combo box and buttons as well. So this is combo box 1, so txt blood group, change the second combo box to txt units, and change this button name to btn decrease, change this one to btn print, so that we can uniquely identify all this stuff. We don't need to change the name of this data grid view because we have only one data grid view. That's why I'm not going to change that. So first thing, just double click on this and this will generate a click event for load event for the form. After this, first thing what we have to do is we have to make a object of that function class. So in previous videos I have already explained you how I have created that function class and which function actually this function class contain. And I'm going to create a string variable, that is query, like this. So you have to write these two lines if you are following my videos. Here we have to write the query first. So what query we need to write is, we have to select all the blood group and quantity from the stock. So select blood underscore group. This is my column name in my database. From stock, and now we have the query ready. So we have to pass this query into the get data method. So we have defined a get data method in the function. So if you have not watched my previous video, then I will suggest you to please watch my previous video. After that you can continue with this. So that function actually return a data set. So we have to create a data set variable of type data set to store that return value. So I have created a data set ds and in this now I'm going to call that function fn dot get data, and this data it accept a string type argument. Here you can see this dataset function dot get data string query. So query is a string type, so I'm going to pass this inside this, and now we have the data in this data set. So we have to show this data into the data grid view. So data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables, and we have only one table, that way this. Now start this, click on this, decrease, and here you can see this we have the data, but it's not filled completely. So we have to change few property of this data grid. We're not to worry about that. Just close this, move to design part, just right click, go to properties, change one stuff that is nothing but auto size column, change this one to fill. There you can see the auto size columns mode. Now start this and check that if those columns are stretched or not. There you can see this, now these are completely stretched and it's looking nice. So what we have to now do is we have to just select like this and select how many units we want to decrease, and just click on this button to decrease that particular blood group quantity. So let me move back. Just double click on this, this will generate a quick event for that. And first thing we have to write a query. So in query what we have to write is we have to decrease that. So update, our table name is stock, set quantity equals quantity, and here you can see this, let me just give few space over here, it's an integer type, that's why txt blood group units actually dot text. So here you can observe that in the previous video where I have shown you how to code for this stock increase, here I have put one plus over here, but why I am not putting one minus over here, I can actually put like this, and this will also work for decrease. This because we have actually added minus negative sign in the numbers as well. Here you can see this. If I remove these all minus sign, then I can put a negative sign over there. So our number actually contain negative sign. So that's why I have not added negative sign over here. I hope you understand this. So, and now quantity minus this query will look like this. Let me just explain you. Suppose quantity is 100 and so user has selected -5. So this will add -5 like this, and this will subtract 5 from this 100. So the result will be 95, and this will be updated into the database. I hope you understand now. So let me remove this line and move back to the query, and we have to check that which blood group is being decremented, where blood underscore group is equal, and it's a string type, so that's why just double quotes and single quote like this, and within this double plus. So txt blood group dot text like this. Our query is ready, and now we have to pass this query. Actually, this query we have to set the data. Let me just write this, and after that I will explain you. So here you can see this update stock set quantity is equal to quantity plus. You can see this. Now I have explained you this query. I hope you understand this. After this, I have called this method set data because set data doesn't return anything. This method is only written to set like updation, deletion, and insertion of data. So this will not return anything. So that's why we don't need to create any object like this, any variable like this. We can simply do that. After the updation, what I need to do is we need to reload that form. So we have to call this method, this load event, so that it will select all the data from the database, and updated data will be instantly given to the data grid view. So I'm going to use that. stock decrease load. Here you can find this stock decrease load event, and within this we have to pass two values. That is, first thing is this, and the second one is null, like this. It will instantly reload the form, and our instant change will be reflected at the same time. So I'm going to start this. Go to stock, click on decrease. Here you can see this. Now I am going to decrease this EB negative, and just I want to decrease this by 2. Decrease data processed successfully. If you worry about that, from where this message box is popped up, we haven't code for this, so I will tell you that this message box is actually code inside the function class, okay, in the set data method. Okay, so I'm going to click OK, and here you can see that instantly it's changed to 98. So now it's working fine. So we are left with this print button. So previously I've explained you what to do for the print button, so I'm going to copy that code. So first, let me just add a stuff, that is, go to the toolbox and search for print dialog. Just drag and drop it over here. Just double click on this. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. So some error, I guess. Let me just remove this and add again. Print document, actually. Just drag and drop it. Double click on this. And we have to copy this from all donor detail. In all donor detail, I have coded for that. So we have to copy this. In previous videos, I have already shown you and explained you this stuff. And after this, we have to write one more stuff, that is this one. Now we have written this in this stock decrease. Just click on this, and you can pause the video and manually write it, or you can copy from your previous button. And after this, just double click on this print button to generate a click event and just write this. That's it. Now we have to start this, and when you click this decrease, now this print will work. Here you can see this. I'm going to cancel this, cancel printing. So we don't need that for now. Let me just close this. I hope you like this video. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code for all detail, stock detail. Okay. So stay tuned and subscribe to my YouTube channel if you have not subscribed, and please share with your friends if you really like this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design a backend code for this decrease button. Here you can see this. When I click on this, I can decrease the any quantity of the any blood group. So if you have not watched my previous video, just go to description. There I have put the link, or you can just simply click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay. So in this video, I am going to show you how to design this detailed form. Here you can see this, and this you can check all the quantity. You cannot update, cannot increase or decrease the value. You can simply print the value, or you can just see and close the value. So I'm going to show you this. So let me just close this and move back to our project, which is nothing but blood bank video. So first thing, we need a form. So right click on this, click on add, Windows form, and I'm going to name this stock. You can write anything. Just click on add, and this will add a new form. So first thing, I'm going to set the size of this form same as this one. So right click on this, go to properties, and size is 704 and 511. So let me set that, and let me remove the border from this form. Form border style from sizeable to none. Let me set the background image for this. Search for image. Background image, click on this, local resource, click on import, open, OK. Change this background image layout from tile to stretch. And after this, we have to add few stuff, that is nothing but label. Drag and drop this over here. Change the text of this one to stock. Details. hit enter. You have to change few stuff. First thing, I want to remove the back color, that is controllers. Select this one, select web and transparent. After this, we have to increase the font size. Click on this. And you have to select Fusion, bold, and size is 20. Hit OK and move it like this. And let me change few border style for this one. So change the border style for this label. Fix 3D. So now you can see this, it's looking nice. After this, we have to add one line shaper. Just drag and drop this. Change the color of this one, border color, select custom and this one. And I need one more, so copy and paste it. Select this, copy and paste to replicate like this. And I need one data grid view. Data grid view, just drag and drop it over here. And let me just stretch this. And I need few buttons. Copy and paste to replicate. We have to change the properties of these buttons as well. Let me move this little bit downside. So change this one to print. Change the text line from middle center to middle right. Move back to the top, and we have to change few more properties, that is back color from controller to select web and transparent. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change few stuff, that is flat style from standard to pop-up. Change the font, click on this, bold and 10, hit enter. Select image, click on this, local resources, import. I've already told you that I have provided the link for image and all the icons I'm using in the description. Just go and check that out and download it. Now here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to do for the second button, that is close. Change the text from this. So guys, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content and new videos. And if you need the source code, just subscribe and comment your email ID in the comment section. So change this text line from middle center to middle right, and after this move back to the top. Back color, just click on this, web, transparent, and after this what we have to do is change this flat slide from standard to pop-up. Click on this font, select bold and 10, hit OK. Select this image, click on this, local resources, click on import. Hit OK. Change the image line from middle center to middle left and make this button a little bit large. Like this. Now let me change the name of these buttons. So design name, that is name. Change this one to PT and print, and this one to PT and close. Now what I want is when this form load, this detected we need to be filled with the data. Before that, we have to connect this form with our dashboard. For that, just let me move to the dashboard. So select this dashboard, double click on this, and here we have this detail. Just double click on this, and this will generate a click event for the stock, and we have to create the object of stock. So stock sk equals new stock sk.show. Now just start this project and let's see that it pops up or not. Now here you can see this, when I click on this, now stock detail is here. But you can observe this is not in the center. So we want this in the center of the screen. So how to do that? For that, okay, so we have not coded for this close button. That's why this form, we cannot close this form. So we have to directly close this application. And let me close this dashboard because we don't need it now. So for the center of the screen, just go to properties of this form and change the start position to center screen. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the name of this button as well. So this is button close, and we have to code on this. Just double click on this, and this dot close. This is start this, and see if that appears in the center of the screen or not. Yeah, here you can see this. Now it's in the center of the screen, and now I can close this. And now what we want is, when I click on this, this form needs to be filled with the data, this data grid view. So I'm going to code for that. Just move back over here. We have to generate a load event for this form. Just double click on this empty space. And after this, we have to write a query. And before writing query, we have to actually make an object of the function class. So function fn equals new function. In previous videos, I have already explained you how to make a class. That is, I have written the class a function, then given a name to that class's function, and in that function I have defined two methods, that is get data and set data. I'm going to use that. Okay, so I'm going to use that get data, and I'm going to write one query, making a variable of a string type so that I can use it multiple times. So I'm going to write the query. So here what we need is, we need all the data. Okay, so I'm going to write this select star from, sorry, I don't need the ID. Okay, let me just take the ID for this time. Select star from stock, and now we have to pass this into the get data value. So that get data method actually return a data set. So we have to store that into a data set object. So data set ds is equals fn, this object here, you can see this fn, I have created this fn dot get data, and in this we have to pass this query, and now this will revert the data we asked for. Here you can see this. Now we have to set that data into the data grid view. So data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables and 0 table. Now start this and see if it work or not. Details. When I click on this, here you can see this. Now we have the ID, blood group, and as well as quantity. But here you can see this. This is not a stretch. I want this to be loaded in this view. So how to do that? For that, just go to the design and click on this. Go to properties, and we have to change one style. That is column size. Okay. Let me just search for that. Here you can see this, allow user to order columns, false. Okay, so it's not. Here you can see this auto size columns mode. Change this one to fill. Now start this. And here you can see this, when I click on the detail, now it's filled with the data in a stretch way. So now the task is done. We have left with this print button. So in previous video, I've already explained you how to code for this print. First thing we have to do is we have to drag and drop one stuff, that is print document. Just drag and drop it over here. Here you can see this. Just double click on this, and here we have to copy few lines of code from the previous code. Just copy this and paste it over here, or you can simply pause the video and write this line of stuff. Make sure this data grid view 1 is your data grid view name, same. Okay, after this we have to write, just double click on this. This will generate a button click event, and after this you have to write this print document 1 dot print. That's it. Now start this and let's see if it work or not. Click on this, and here you can see this, where I click on this, it starts printing one document. So I'm going to cancel that. So not to worry about that. So you can see this, now everything is working. So that's it for this video, guys. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please share with your friends. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to design this delete donor, how to design for this delete donor, and how to backend code for that. That will be the last video of our, this project. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this detailed stock detail information, and how to backend code for this form. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, just go to description. There I have put the link for the description, or you can simply just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. So in this video, I am going to show you how to design for this form, that is delete donor. Here you can see this. When I enter 1, it search for the donor ID 1, and when I enter some wrong donor ID, then when I search it, here you can see this, no record exists. When I click OK, when I reset, everything is removed. So I'm going to do that. Okay, so let me just close this, and let me move back to our project on which we are working. We are working with blood donor. So before we start with this delete donor, one thing we have missed in the dashboard. So let me just open that. Here you can see this. We don't have a clock over here, so I'm going to add that clock. Just go to toolbox and search for clock. Let me just search for that. Wait for a second. I have added a UI, and let me add that. Okay, so that has been removed. Not to worry about that. Let me just add quickly. Right click, add tab, new UI, and hit enter. Right click, choose items. I have provided a DLL file already in the description. Just go and download that. I'm going to add that in this project. So it's taking a little bit of time. Till it loads, you have to do one stuff, that is just subscribe my YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content. Just click on this browse and select the DLL file. So let me search for that DLL file. Here you can see this. I have this DLL file. Just click on this, open, and hit OK. So now it's loading the selected items. Please share with your friends too, so that they can also learn and develop new stuff by themselves. So now here you can see this, all the stuff has been added. So we have to search for clock. Here you can see this XUY clock. Just drag and drop it over here. And now here you can see this clock is on the screen. And the time is proper. It's 10:44. So I'm going to add it like this. And I want to change the background color. So I'm going to do that. Do like this. So change the back color to transparent. Back color from controller to just click on this, web and transparent. Okay. Okay, background image none and back color. Okay, so we have to actually change one more property, that is anchor. Select this anchor, top left. Change this one to like this. And when you select this, now I'm going to start this and see if it moves on the right side or not. So I'm going to start this. So you can see this now, that when this form loads, this clock is on the right corner. So we have to change the background color. So let me do that. So what we are going to do is, we are going to set the back color same as this color. So this color is red. So just click on this, back color, click on this, select web and select this color. Here you can see this. Now here you can see this, the background color is same as this one. So it's looking like it's fixed on that. So I'm going to do same for this button as well. So let me do that and let's see what happens. Okay, Okay, so actually I have changed the some another color. So I have to change the back color, this one. Click back color, it's a click back color actually. So we have to change some, we search for that. Okay, so let me change this one to red and let me start this and see how it look like. Here you can see this, how it look like. It's now looking nice. Okay, so now we have to code for this delete donor. So I'm going to add new form. Just right click on this, click on add and Windows form, and I'm going to name this one delete donor and hit enter. It will add a new form to our project. After this, what we have to do is, first thing, I'm going to remove the border from this form. So right click on this and go to properties, and in properties you have to search for form border style. Here you can see this form border style. Just change this one to sizeable to none. After this, we have to copy the size of this form. So right click on this, go to properties. Let me close this one and let me move downside, and 720 and 533. Just copy this one and right click, go to properties, size over here, just paste it and hit enter. So now the form is enlarged, and we have to set the background image for this. So search for image, background image actually. Here you can see this. Just click on this, local resources, click on import. Okay, so we have to move back to our folder where we have put all the images. So my image is over here, sorry, not over here. So it's icon and this BB and this one BBMS, and I'm going to use this image. Just open and hit OK. Change this background image layout from tile to stretch, and now it's looking nice. And first thing what we have to add is one label. Search for label, just drag and drop it. Change the text inside this to delete donor, hit enter. Change the background color. So back color is controller, so make this transparent. Select this web and transparent, and after this we have to change the font size as well. Just click on this. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time, and we have to search for Fusion bold, and it's 20. Hit OK. Now we have this donor, delete donor on place, and we have to change the border style from none to fixed ready so that it look nice. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After this we have to add a line shaper. So I'm going to use that like this, and I'm going to stretch this. Like this one. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color of this. So select this line, change this border color to gray, and copy and paste this line 2 more times because we need total 3 lines like this, and we need 1 more, so paste it till here. Now it's looking nice. So we have to add few stuff. Let me add few label more, and I need one text box. So drag and drop it over here, and I need buttons. Search for button, drag and drop it. And we have to change the name of this one from label 2 to donor ID, and this button name to search. Hit enter. So I'm going to modify these labels and buttons later. Before that, I'm going to add all the stuff on this form. So I'm going to search for labels, just drag and drop it over here, and what I'm going to do is just copy and paste it to replicate. So we need total, let me just count that, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. We need 10 labels. Move back over here, so we have 2 for now, 3 4, 5, 6, and after this we need 7, 8, 9, and finally we have one more, that is 10. So now we have to change all the names as well. So first, this one is nothing but name, this one is Sql Query, this one is father name, this one is mother name, this one is date of birth, change this one to mobile number, this one to gender, this one to email, change this label text to blood group, and this one to city, and change this one to address. Now we have to keep these all on the right position so that it look nice, and we have to do modification in these as well, so I'm going to do that later. So we have to adjust these positions after the changing few stuff with that. Before that, I'm going to add text boxes because we need few text boxes over here. So I need text boxes for this name, copy and paste, for father name as well, copy and paste, for mother name as well, and I need date time picker, okay, for this one. Or let me just delete this because we don't need to select, we need only text box, not to worry about that. So for this one also I need text box. For mobile number I need text box. For gender I need a text box as well. So for everything we need text box because we don't need to anything, we don't need to select any stuff over here. So let me just add text boxes to each of these stuff. And select for rich text box for the address. And now let me put this on place like this. Now select all the text boxes by pressing the Ctrl key. Make sure you only select the text boxes, not the form. And make this large, this much. Sorry, the size has been quite increased. Like this. And let me decrease the size of this one a little bit. Okay, so now we have to increase the font size as well. So select on all these text boxes once again. And what we have to do is we have to increase the font size. So select this font, just click on this and increase this one to 10 and hit OK. And after this, what we have to do is we have to make these text boxes read only. So how to do that? For that, here you can see this read only. Just make this true so that you can only view the data, not you cannot write anything manually. You can just make changes in this donor ID. So in this way you have to do the few stuff. After this we need few buttons. So let me add buttons over here. Just drag and drop it. So we need 3 buttons over here. One for delete, one for reset, and one for cancel or close. Okay, so now I'm going to make changes into these design. Okay, so first thing I'm going to make changes into these all labels. So select all the labels at a single time by pressing the Ctrl key like this. And after this, go to properties and you will find this font. And before you change font, you have to first change this back color. Select this and click on this, select web, and make these transparent so that it look nice. After this, select this font click on this bold and select the size 9 like this, or let me just increase one more size to 10, I guess. Yeah, now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. Now what I want this is special condition for this donor ID. I want this needs to be in this form. So I'm going to change the border style for this label. So let me just change this one to pop up and let's see how it look like. And after this, nothing change by doing that. So I'm going to change the border style for now. Border style is done, so I'm going to use this fixed 3D. So now it's looking nice. In the same way, we have to change the text size of this text box. So change this one to 10 and hit OK. Change this button, few properties of this button. So first thing, let me change the back color from controller to select this web and transparent. And after this, what we have to do is change this flat style from standard to pop up. And after this, change the font of this one to bold and size of 9 and hit enter. After this, we have to set the image for this search. So select this image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and where we have the image, here you can see this search, open and OK. And now we have to change the image line. Just click on this. If this pops up on your screen, so not to worry, just close this or click on OK and click on this once again. Here you will find this. After this, you have to select this one, that is middle left. Just click on this. After this, what you have to do is change the text line from middle center to middle right, like this. And after that, increase this button size so that it look nice like this. Okay. So now you can see this button is looking nice. In the same way, we have to adjust all these labels and text boxes on the proper position. As you can see, all these labels and text boxes are of the desired size, or you can say that it's looking nice. So I'm going to put this all on the proper position like this one. So we have to set these all stuff on the proper position and proper distance like this. Here you can see now all the stuff is on the proper position except these labels. So I'm going to put these labels on the right position. You can use up and down arrow to move these labels up and down. I'm doing the same. I'm selecting these all and moving these all stuff little bit left side and these all stuff little bit right side. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So in the same way, we have to adjust this blood group. So now it's all looking nice. After this, we have to change these button names as well. So first thing, I'm going to change this button to delete and this one to reset and this one to close. So what we have to do is we have to change all the properties of these buttons. Just select these all and make the common changes for now. So change the back color from controller to select the wave, and after that select transparent. Flat style from standard to pop up. After this, change the font. Click on this, select bold and select 9 and enter. Change the, actually we cannot change the image for now, because if we set image then single image will be set to all these buttons. So I don't want that. I want to set the separate image for each button. So I am not going to set the image for now. I'm going to change this text line from middle center to middle right like this. And now I'm going to change set the image inside this. So just click on this, select this, click on port, and we have to select the delete this one and open and hit OK. After this, change this middle center to middle left like this. Change this button as well. Click on this, local resources, click on this. You have to set this reset update details. I'm going to use this button label actually. Change this one to middle left like this, and the same way we have to do for this button as well. Select this, local resources, click on import, exit application, just OK, and change this image line from middle center to middle left like this, and increase the size of these buttons by clicking all these and stretch this like this. Now it's looking nice. We have to decrease the size of these button like this. Okay, so now everything is looking nice. So now what we have to do is we have to change the design name of these text boxes and button as well. So let me just change the design name of this text box. So what we have to do is we have to write this text box design name. Just go upside. Here you can see this txt donor id. Hit enter. Change this button name to btn search. Hit enter. Change the name of these text boxes as well. So txt name for the first one. Change the second one to txt father. This one to txt mother. This one to txt dob. Change this one to txt mobile. Change this one to txt gender. This one to txt email. This one to txt blood group. This one to txt city, and this one to txt address. And we have to finally change these button names as well. So btn delete, and change this one to btn reset, and change this one to btn close. So before we move into the actual backend coding, before that, what I want to do is I want to actually connect this form with the dashboard. So how to do that? Before doing that, we have to just go to properties and change one property of this form. That is nothing but change this start position from Windows default location to center screen. And now when this form loads, it will now load in the center of the screen. So now we have to open the dashboard. Just go to the dashboard, and here you can see this, click on this, and here you will see delete donor. Just double click on this, and this will generate a click event for that. And we have to just create an object of delete donor form dd equals new delete donor, and after this dd dot show, we have to call the show method over this object. And now just start this and see if it still works or not. Here you can see this, now our project has been started, and just click on this, and here you can see this, when I click on this, now everything is visible. We cannot write anything inside this. Here you can see this, and now everything is looking nice. Here you can see this. Okay, so now I'm going to close this and move back to our delete donor. So let me close this dashboard for now. So first thing what I want is, whenever users click on this search button, I want to select the text from this text box, and after that, if the ID match found, and then that ID value needs to be filled inside all these text boxes and needs to be visible. So how to do that? For that, first what we have to do is we have to generate a click event for this button. Before we code for search, I am going to write a code for this close button. So this dot close, so that whenever we start this application, we have at least have one option to close this form. Okay, because by default close button we have removed that, so that's why we have to take the help from this button. So now I'm going to code for this search. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And first thing what I want is I want to check that if text box is empty or not, because if user enter the empty then it will generate an error. So if txt donor id dot text is not equal to null, then only this will be executed. Inside this, what we have to do is we have to write the query. So I'm going to actually first create the function object fn equals new function. So actually I have created a function class. In previous video I have already explained you that in that function class I have defined two methods, that is get data and set data. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go and watch my previous video before continuing with this. And I'm going to create one variable of string type, that is query, and here we have to write the query. So query equals, what we have to write is we want to fetch the data from that ID. So select star from newDonor, that is our table name, where did is the column name. Okay, so where did is it's in the integer format, that's why I'm using this single quotes, and in this we have to pass the txt donor id dot text. So now our query is ready. Now we have to pass this query inside the get data. That get data return a data set. So we have to create a data set object, data set ds equals, and we have to call that method function dot get data. So here you can see this in the get data, it's expecting a string. So we have to pass the query and just close this. Now when this method execute, this will return some value, the matching value, and this will store inside the data set. If that idea is wrong, and or we can just simply understand this, if some ID is queried by the user which is not in the database, then this data set will be empty. It should not contain any data. In that case, first thing what we have to do is we have to check that if data set is filled with the data or not. If ds dot tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, then we want to do this stuff. So here what we want to do is we want to set the data set value from this data set inside these text boxes like this. Txt, first thing is nothing but name dot text. Inside this we have to set the data, so that is how to extract the values from this data set. So we have to write the query like this, and from this data set we have the data in the form of table inside this data set. So I'm going to extract that data from this data set. So ts.tables, we have only one table, so dot table 0 dot rows, and which row we want the 0th row, and we have n number of columns. So I'm going to select the value from the first, because in the 0th column we have did, so we don't need did, we have to set the name. So I'm going to add a breakpoint. Okay, over here I'm going to add a breakpoint over here so that I can show you what actually this data set contains. Okay, so I'm going to start this. So here you can see this, just click on this and I'm going to write 1 and search, click on this button. So we are here at the breakpoint, so let me just minimize this and let's see what this ds contains. Just click on this and you will find this Rahul Kumar, Alok, is the father name, mother name. In the same way we have this all stuff. So we don't have to set this did. So this is 0th row and 0th column is did. So this place is 0 0. This one is 0 1. So that's why I have set this 0 1 over here. So if I continue this, you will see that in the name this Rahul Kumar has been set. So I'm going to close this and just continue this. And you can see this, now Rahul Kumar is set in the name. So let me just close this and move further with the coding part. So I'm going to set all these stuff one by one. So let me just copy this much of line, and after this I'm going to set The second thing what we have to set is father. You just paste this line. After just paste this, and after the completion I'm going to make changes into the IDs. Okay, so after father name we have mother, paste this. After mother we have DOP. After date of birth we have mobile. After mobile we have gender. After gender what we have is email. After email we have blood group. After blood group we have city. After city we have address. And now we have to make changes inside this. We change this one from 1 to 2, this one to 3, this one to 4, this one to 5, because we have followed the exact same sequence as we have stored in the database. So that's why I'm doing this. 7, 8, 9, and this one just add 1 0 after this. Just start this and let's see that if it worked properly or not. Just click on this, select this, and it will be just 1 and search. Now everything is filled properly. So what if some user enter wrong user ID and click on this, nothing happens. So it doesn't look nice. So what I need is when user enter wrong user ID, it means that we need to get some message that this is a wrong ID. Okay, or no record exists with this ID. So how to do that? Just close this and move back over here. So here you can see this. When this data set is empty, what it means that that ID doesn't exist in the database. So it means that DS is empty. Here we have checked for that it's not empty, then we will do this. So if it's empty, we have to write else condition over here. So if it's empty, we have to write one condition, that is message box dot show, and in this I want to show no record exists, and name this message box error, and I want this message box few buttons, that is message box buttons dot OK. I need only one button. Message box icon needs to be dot error. So now let me start this and see if it's work or not. Delete donor, search, no record exists. So now it's working fine. Search for 2, and you can see this Kumara, look, everything is fine. So now we have to code for this delete reset button. So how to do that? First thing, I am going to write the query for this delete button. So let me just close this and close this. Move back over here. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event. So here, first thing, we need to ask user that are you sure you want to delete this record. So how to do that? For that, if message box dot show are you sure delete, I'm going to name this message box delete, and after this I want message box button needs to be OK and cancel dot OK and cancel, and this message box needs to be, the symbol needs to be warning, icon needs to be warning, and I'm going to check that which button user enter or click. So dialog result dot OK. If user enter this OK button, then only I want this query needs to be executed. Okay, here you can see this. Now I'm going to start this and let's see if this message box confirmation is work or not. So here you can see this one search, and here you can see this. When I click on this, are you sure you want to delete? When I cancel, nothing will happen. When I click on this OK, this will go inside that if block. So we have to write the code inside this if block. So what we have to write is we have to write the query again. So we have to write this query equals, and we have to delete the data. So delete from newDonor, that is table name, where did equals plus txt donor id dot text. If you add one plus sign over here, you can see this. Now our query is ready. So delete from newDonor where did is equal to this. So our query is ready. So now we have to just call one method that is nothing but function dot set data, and we don't need any type of variable because it's not going to return anything. So that's it. When you click on this button and when you click OK, so that donor ID will be deleted. Okay, so I'm going to show you that. Just start this. Just click on this and delete donor 5. Enter. Okay, let me just change this one to 6. I'm searching for the last one. Okay, so now I'm going to delete this 2, ID 2. Kumar, Alok, the name is Kumar. So I'm going to delete this. Here you can see this, when I click cancel it, nothing happened. Search for 1 and again search for 2, we will find all the record. Here you can see this. Now I'm going to delete this 2. So delete, OK, delete process successfully, data process successfully. It means that our deletion is successful. 1 and search for this. And now again try to search for 2. No record exists because we have deleted that record. So now everything is working fine. Now our delete is successfully done. So now we have to code for this text change event for this text box. So suppose when this text box is empty, I want to clear all the remaining text boxes. So how to do that? Just right click and go to properties. Click on this event, text change event. Just double click on this. This will generate a text change event. And we have to write if txt donor id dot text is equal to null, then we have to clear all the text boxes. So we have to write from beginning, that is txt name dot clear method like this. So let me just copy this much of stuff because we have to write it repeatedly. So txt father name, txt mother, txt after mother we have dob, after this txt mobile, txt gender, txt email, after email we have txt blood group, after we have city, after this we have address. And now let's see if this works or not. Here you can see this. Let me just open this and write 1 and click search. And now I'm going to remove this. So now when I remove this, everything has been removed. So now what we have to code is, so now this text change event is working fine. So now we left with only one step, that is reset button. Just double click on this. This will generate a click event. And here what we have to do is we have to just clear the text box, that is txt donor id dot clear on this reset button, because when we clear that text box, this will remove all the content inside that. Okay, so we have a small bug still in our project. What is that? Here you can see this. When I enter some ID like 1 and select, here you can see this, now it's search, and now I'm going to write 5 or something like 6. Here you can see this. Now we search no record found, and here you can see this. Now no record found, but still these text boxes are filled with the data. Now what I want is, when this no record found message is popped up, I want to clear this all text boxes with this text box as well. So how to do that? For that, just move back inside this, and here you can see this no record exists, and after this line we have to just clear this text box. So we have to write txt donor id dot clear, and when we clear that, everything will be removed. So here you can see this. Now start this. Just delete donor 1, search for this, and I'm going to write something wrong. Search, and when I click on this OK, everything is clear now. So now it's working fine. I hope you enjoyed my video, and that's it for this video, guys. And in this video, our project is finally completed. I hope you enjoyed throughout this project development, and if you really like, just give me a thumbs up and subscribe to my YouTube channel and share with your friends as much as you can, and keep supporting and keep loving us. Just subscribe and follow us on Instagram. That is, our Instagram account is nothing but btechdays. That's it. Thanks for watching.